All right, good morning, everyone. 36th District Court is now in session. I am Judge Shannon A. Holmes, and I am serving as the presiding judge on today. We are starting on this morning with the Veterans Treatment Court docket. If you are not a part of our Veterans Treatment Court docket, you are going to be placed in the waiting room until we are ready to call the docket. And so this is for Veterans Treatment Court. With that, I'm going to have the attorneys place your appearance on the record on this morning.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. For the record, Jesse Reed, Drug Court and Vet Court Defense Attorney, P 23863. Judge, if I may, I'd like to make a motion, a continuing motion, that my appearance be for all my clients this morning. Thank you, Judge, and good morning again.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Fikens, and your motion is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. Robert Fikens, P 31894, Specialty Court Defense Counsel. I too would make a similar motion.
Thank you, Mr. Fikens, and good morning to you. Your motion is granted. All right, and then I do see Mr. Parker is on. If you could just place your appearance on the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jimmy Parker, Veterans Treatment Court Mentor.
All right, thank you, and good morning. All right, and then Ms. Hernandez, did you check in with the clerk to let her know who you're here for this morning?
Good morning, Your Honor. No, I just say hello.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're not on the docket this morning?
I am supposed to be here for Mr. Guerrero, but he's not in the veterans docket that I know. I wasn't here last time.
Right, but Mr.
So I don't
Guerrero
know.
had some issues, and so I think that may be what's going on, okay?
And he's supposed to be in person. That's what I saw.
Yes, so just give us a moment
Okay.
to sort it out, okay? All right,
No
very
problem.
good, very good.
I'm all yours today, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez, so good to see you. All right, and Mr. Warhurst, good morning to you. You're not on the docket this morning, but it is good to see you. I want you to take good care of yourself, and I'll see you back next week, okay? All right, I can't hear you, but okay. All right, very good. All right, Ms. Robs, for 8:35, we have Mr. O'Brien who has to come into the courtroom for a violation. We also have Mr. Pringle. Is Mr. Pringle due on the docket today in the courtroom?
Your Honor, he is in the courtroom, but Mr. Pringle has a couple unresolved matters with the court. He did bring these up, Your Honor, previously, but they weren't resolved, so they have him in warrant status, these tickets.
Ms. Robs, can you get with the attorneys, please, and let them know what's going on, and then they can make a recommendation to the court as to how I need to proceed.
Yes,
So
Your
get
Honor.
with them and let's get them ROAs or what have you, and let's get that taken care of.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then that looks like that's the only veteran that you had on this morning. Is that correct, Ms. Robs?
Your Honor, I have Mr. O'Brien, I have Mr. Pringle, Mr. Yes, Your Honor, that will be all.
All right,
those two.
very good. I'm going to do Mr. Pringle's hearing right now, and then Mr. Reed and Mr. Fikens take the opportunity. Let's work out, see what's going on with him. I don't want him to leave with unresolved issues today, and then you all can make a recommendation to the court. So
Yes.
all right, very good. So good morning in the courtroom. Ms. Mack, if you could swing that camera around.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I apologize. He's up here testing. I can send him down. They're all testing because they're.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry, Ms. Robs. I keep forgetting our lab is open. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
But I will send them down, Your Honor. I have Miss Ariel Cameron. For the 8:30, I have Mr. O'Brien up here, but I can send him down as well, Your Honor. Mr.
No,
Pringle.
individuals who are violators that did not do what they were supposed to do on the holiday, I'm gonna see them at the end of my docket today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you all need to get mitts together because there's some folks going to jail today. Some
Yes,
folks
sure.
going to jail. I was very clear about my expectations during the holidays, and at least I've gotten a list so far, Mr. Reed and Mr. Fikens, from only 2 case managers, and I have at least 6 or 7 people on it. That is unacceptable. And so, yep, they tried me. And I have to send the right message. I have to. So get everybody tested, get everybody's results, Ms. Robs, and then we'll be ready to proceed. I need, I don't know who's talking in the courtroom, but I'm on the record. Thank you. I need, and then you said Mr. Pringle just has issues. So you all work those things out, and then I'll come back on to the record so that we are able to proceed, okay?
Thank you so
Now
much.
we're
Your Honor.
ready, getting ready to proceed.
Thank you so much. Your Honor.
All right, good morning, Attorney Rosenthal.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you doing this morning?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good, Your Honor. We do have Mr. Adams in the court. It's not his day-to-day. He just needs to speak with Ms. Ross, I believe, about a payment on the tether that he has. I just wanted to let you know, Your Honor.
All right, very good. When Ms. Robs comes down, or you can reach out, have Ms. Mack reach out to Ms. Robs. I don't know if she's still on where she can hear me, but please let her know that, okay?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Very good. And then Mr. Attorney Rosenthal, on today, we have at least
Your Honor.
5 people that are coming in for holiday violations. They were either, they test positive or they missed tests, some missed multiple tests. And so they are coming in on today, and I will need a prosecutor, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Are they all veterans? I'm just wondering.
Not all veterans, but we do have a few.
Okay.
But then
I'll
the
be
other
here.
are just, they're just from our regular specialty court docket.
Judge,
Thank you
if I
for the
may,
info. I'll be here, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Reed?
Thank you.
yes, sir, thank you. I need to leave at 12 o'clock today. Mr. Fikens will be available to continue the docket, but I have a 12:30 appointment, so around 12 o'clock, I'll be signing out, if that's okay with the court.
No, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Reed.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
All
Thank you.
right, very good. So I am going to leave you all to take care of the business. Please handle the things that are in the courtroom. If Mr. Reed and Mr. Fikens need to speak with defendants that have tested positive or that have violated during the holiday, can you all please make those arrangements to go into the breakout rooms, or what have you, and the conference room at the court, so that we make the best use of our time, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Because I
Judge.
do have mental health court at 1:30 staffing on today. So I have to wrap up the morning docket this morning.
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
Yes,
All
Judge.
very good. Thank you.
Mr. Fikens,
Yes, sir.
are you checking to see what Mr. Pringle might have in warrant status?
Yes, sir. He has 3 matters in warrant status. All involve the same incident. FTD, no insurance.
Can Mr.
Yeah.
Rosenthal make a recommendation on those tickets?
I bet he will. Mr. Rosenthal, I'm going to text you with matters for Mr. Pringle. He has 3 outstanding warrants. A failure to display, a no insurance, and a driving while license suspended, all the same incident. I'll send you the
And
ticket.
how is his status right now with that treatment court? Is he in good stats?
He's in good status, good standing.
Okay, I'm just gonna add it to the remainder of the balance. Okay, so when he completes, those will be dismissed as well.
Okay. You want to kick one of those driving ones though? Just so it's. you don't
Yeah,
have to
that's
do it
fine. We
perfect,
can do-
no? You got 2
Oh,
driving
no,
ones
well,
on the same incident.
yes, I'll kick one of them, but I was gonna kick all of them upon completion.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely, Attorney Fikens, absolutely.
Because it would get sent to the state. It would get sent to the Secretary of State. So if we can get rid of the driving while license suspended, plead on the other 2, add them to the contract, if that's okay.
Absolutely, yeah, dismiss one, add the other 2 to the contract, I'm perfectly fine with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Is Mr. Pringle physically in the courtroom, Mr. Fikens?
Not at the moment.
I
see
believe
Mr.
he's-
Pringle.
Testing. I believe he's testing.
Okay.
Yeah, Officer Lot, he verified he's not here.
Thank you.
Sir, what's your name on Sam's iPhone?
Hussein Al-Maliki.
I see him on the docket. He's about 6 people down, Miss Wilson. And I can go into a breakout room with him.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna send you an invite for the breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss Wilson.
You're welcome.
Mr. Reed, I do have Marcus Obry here in the courtroom. He's already been upstairs to test. Did you need to speak to him in a breakout room? You're on mute, sorry.
Yes, I was muted. I was saying yes. Yes, please.
Okay, all right, let me get him set up. Hold on one moment.
Thank you. I have the invitation. Thank you.
Mr. Rosenthal? Hi, I have a Mr. Al Maliki in the
Yep.
breakout room.
Yes.
His first name is Hussein Al Maliki. He has a driving while
Yes,
license suspended. He
yes.
says that he's
Does
only
he have a
taken-
license?
No, he's has a judgment against him for an auto accident, so he does not have, he'll be suspended until he pays off that judgment. So I'm asking if you can do an FTD on that.
Yeah, what we'll do, on one of them, I'll do,
That's two different people.
yeah, that's. Right, no, that's, oh, yeah, no, that's fine, we'll do an FTV.
Thanks.
Thinking maybe improper plates, but I don't want to, we'll just do FTV.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fikens?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is Miss Robb in the courtroom? Do you see her anywhere?
I don't see her in the courtroom.
She's in the courtroom. You need her in the breakout room?
I need Miss Robb to go to the
I
breakout
know.
room and talk to Mr.
Okay.
O'Brien.
Okay, okay,
Mr.
she's on her way.
O'Brien, Mr. O'Brien is sitting in the breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Fikens,
Yes, sir.
are you ready on Mr. Almarkey?
I am ready on him. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm ready on Mr. O'Brien as soon as Miss Robb talks to him. We need to get some of these people out of here.
Mr. Al Maliki, we're going to send you back to a breakout room.
Okay.
So please accept an invitation when you get one.
All right.
Mr. Reed,
Yes, yes, good morning, Mr. Parker.
good morning. I spoke with Mr. O'Brien last night, and well, actually, I spoke with him Sunday and spoke with him again yesterday.
Okay.
And so and I know I'm just a mentor, but you know, and I guess in my position, you know, is it possible that you could call me?
You wanted me to give you a call?
If you can.
I don't have your number, so
Okay.
I don't.
I
Can you put it in? Send me a text or something. Or?
Yeah, let me do that because I don't have. Unfortunately, I don't have yours either.
Does Mr. Fikens, do you have Mr. Parker's number?
I don't believe I do. Let me check. I might. No, I don't.
Okay.
Mr. Parker, let me just tell you something about my conversation with Mr. O'Brien. I respect the fact that he was honest and forthright, and I believe he was very, very honest. And we discussed his medical issues, we discussed his matrimonial issues, and the reason why he broke the court's order. And I explained to him that we hoped that we had given him some tools that would allow him to avoid breaking the court's order when he has medical problems or matrimonial problems. And I wanted him to talk to Miss Rob to make sure she was fully informed. But I advised him that I was not recommending a jail time for him. I had some other recommendations. So, because of his honesty, again, that would be my recommendation.
Mhm.
So I don't know what Miss Rob is going to recommend, but I did appreciate his honesty and the reason behind his breaking the court's order. They're not excuses, but they're reasons. So I understand that.
Yes, sir. I agree totally.
Excuse me, gentlemen, please. We have people in the courtroom that can hear this conversation and we are
Okay.
live. So if you
Okay.
want to go in the breakout room, I can put you in the breakout room.
Yes, we can.
Yes,
I
I
won't
appreciate
talk
that.
about anything specific, but I can go in the breakout room with him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fikens,
Yes,
can I put you in a breakout, excuse me, can Ms. Wilson put you in a breakout room with the next person we have in the courtroom?
yes,
Yes, please. Okay, thank you. We're gonna bring someone in now.
thank you.
Thank you. Madam Interpreter? She stepped away. Oh, poop, okay. We're good to the next person. It's gonna be Javon Manning, Mr. Fikens.
Okay, thank you.
You are. You're not using?
I'm here, Miss Wilson.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay, Madam Interpreter, we'll get you in just a moment on, for you to go in the breakout room with with an attorney with, Mr. Guerrero, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, okay.
Miss Rob, are you in the courtroom? Can you hear me?
Yes, Attorney Reed?
Yes, how are you today, Mr. Rob?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Have you had an opportunity to talk to Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Okay. Can you and I go into a breakout room and you can tell me what your recommendation is?
Yes, I'm gonna run upstairs to my computer. I just need about maybe three minutes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, if you could put Madam Interpreter, and we're gonna put in Mr. Guerrero to go into the breakout room. Well, I know Mr. Reed is gonna talk to Ms. Rob, so if
I'm
Mr.
back.
Bikers can talk to Mr. Guerrero.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, so we're putting him in, and Ms. Wilson is gonna navigate to get you all in breakout rooms.
With the defense counsel and your translator, and this is directly related to the Miss Spring. So I know that you all contacted me, but I think you were in court. Hold on, just let me make sure this is off.
Hi, can you go back to 6?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll send everybody there.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, and then.
Hey, Attorney Reed, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, thank you. Can we get into a breakout room, Ms. Wilson? With Ms. Rob?
Yes, hold on a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Miss Wilson.
Good morning, Ms. Rob. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Thank you. I have the invitation.
All right, how are we coming in the courtroom? Are we about ready? What are we doing?
Judge, we have, both attorneys are in breakout rooms talking to people. We have two more that have to talk to attorneys, but we have some that's ready. But yeah, they're away from, in breakout rooms right now.
All right, are there any non-attorney matters that I can handle that don't require an attorney?
I don't think so.
Nope. All right, Miss Mack, I'm here. Make sure you let me know. I'm afraid to move this computer. There's something going on with the internet, so I don't know.
Okay,
But just let me know. I can still hear you all. I am ready to proceed.
okay, will
All right.
do.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, Mr. Piper, you gotta go back. I have another one you can speak to.
Okay, very good.
It's Miss Ariel Cameron. She should be going into the conference room, probably back in that same breakout room.
Yep. Very good.
All right, thank you.
What's your name, sir?
Mario Rice.
Okay, thank you.
Please let me know when you all are ready to go.
Yes, Judge.
We have one more judge to go speak to an attorney, Mr. Dillard. So I just need an attorney to go in the breakout room, and I think we are ready to go after that, Judge.
All right, I've seen Mr. Rice and Mr. Rhodes has joined us. Are they, Ms. Robs, are they cases that we can do this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, we got some cases we can do. Let's do them. We got some folks that they were supposed to do over the Easter holiday.
Yes,
All right.
yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, let's do it. Court is back in session. We are going to start with Mario Rice. Ms. Robs, if you could place Mr. Rice's case information on the record for me, please. Who has Mr. Rice? Is it?
Robs.
I do, Your
All right.
Honor. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
no,
trying
that's okay.
to hear and get his,
Oh, you know
I
what?
have the case number for you, Judge.
Okay,
if
go
you
ahead.
need it.
Yes, if you could call the cases for me. Thank you so much. Go right ahead, Ms. Mack.
Okay, okay, no problem. His case number is Z 8066581, Mario Rice, scheduled at 8:35 for a review with Ms. Robs.
All right, very good, Mr. Rice. State your full name for me.
Mario Rice.
All right, Mr. Rice, how are you this morning?
I'm doing good. I'm blessed.
Good. Yes, you are. You look like you're doing good.
I am.
You are. How did you
Yes,
do over
ma'am.
the Easter holiday?
Very good. Very good.
You did. What did you do?
I went to service, stayed at service. Just went, got a plate from a family house and came back in, but was just here. I've been here.
You went and picked you up a plate.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they talk about you because you just came by to pick up a plate?
Yeah.
They did. Oh, that's family will do it to you. Yes, we
Yeah.
will.
I ain't want to be around, the things that was going on. So I just grabbed me a plate and left back out.
Look at
I
you.
figured to stay away from that.
Look at you. That was a smart thing to do. That was a
Yes,
very
ma'am.
smart thing to do. All right. No difficulties, no challenges with the holiday.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Just been doing all my meetings, staying, reading my scriptures and stuff me to do around here, just staying level-headed, trying to meet my goals that's in front of me and leave the worst ones behind me. That's all I'm trying to do is just meet my goals and stay straight.
All right. Very good. You're doing it, Mr. Rice. I'm so proud of you. You are
Thank you
doing
very
it.
much.
Have you been keeping in touch with your son?
Yes, I have.
Okay, very good. He's still supportive of you?
Yes, ma'am.
I love it. I absolutely love it. All right.
I lost one of my sons on April the 18th. Yes, the day yesterday. So I just stayed around and prayed and living a life for him.
Okay, meaning it was the anniversary date of the day you lost your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm so sorry to hear that. You got through it. I remember when you first started with us, I think you shared that made things really difficult for you.
Yes, it was, but I'm proud. I'm proud of myself. So that's what's keeping me going, just focusing and keep loving myself. That's the main thing.
And listen, you got through that rough time, that rough memory, and you did not go to a substance.
No, not even thinking about it.
Look at you. You should be proud of yourself.
I am. I'm very proud of myself.
Very good. Very good. All right. Is there anything that you need us to help you with?
No, ma'am. Just keep praying for me. Keep the blessings coming. And that's about it. I'm staying strong.
All right. We got you, Mr. Rice. We got you. All right. Let me hear from Ms. Robs as to Mr. Rice.
Your Honor, as Mr. Rice reported, he is doing extremely well. Your Honor, I had no issues over the holiday. He continues to be compliant with testing. He continues to be compliant with the HEAT program. He is in the HEAT program. He is compliant, Your Honor, over there. I've not had any negative report. Mr. Rice is really working towards his recovery. As indicated last court hearing, he's implementing those boundaries, Your Honor, and he's sticking to them. You know, I'm really proud of Mr. Rice. You know, he's been given a lot of thank yous out, but I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Rice, you know, for doing what you need to do for you, making you a priority, as you do matter. And I'm grateful that, you know, I get to see you come to that understanding. So continue to keep up the good work.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
All right, wonderful. Mr. Rice, do you have any questions for the team at all?
No, ma'am, just like I said, just keep the blessings coming and I'm gonna do the same.
All right. Anything from any of our other team members as to Mr. Rice?
Yes, Judge, just congratulations on the good report. Keep up the good work, sir. We know it's not easy, but you're working the program. Be safe.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Very good. All right, Mr. Rice, you should know we are saving the date, May 19th, for our specialty court graduation. And so everyone has to be there. Stop that fuss.
Yeah, I'm
Everybody.
Okay. That was Mr. Williams, excuse me.
All right. Be fussing at Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't know it was him. I was letting him know I was in court. I didn't know that was him.
Oh, okay. All right, make sure. All right. And so, Mr. Rice, listen, make sure you save the date, okay? For
Yes, ma'am.
graduation, because everybody's required to attend, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Ms. Robs, what's next for Mr. Rice?
Your Honor, a face-to-face with Mr. Rice on, Your Honor, I do need to change his court dates to Monday, if that's okay, because they have the heat program on Tuesdays.
Okay, yes, ma'am, let's change it.
So, Your Honor, if I can have a face-to-face with Mr. Rice on May 2nd, 2022 at 10:35 a.m. and then a return to court date, Your Honor, of May 9th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m.
All right, very good, very good. Did you get that, Mr. Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I know Mr. Rice over there shaking in his boots. We have two prosecutors on this morning. You know it's about to be fire in this courtroom, but Mr. Rice, you're not a part of it. So I'm gonna have
you, Jesus.
I'm just gonna have you go ahead so you can get the heat. You won't get any
Yes,
heat
ma'am.
in this courtroom, but go to your heat training at Lake Ridge, and I will see you in a couple of weeks. Know that we're here for you should you need us, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you. You guys have a blessed one.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, I have one more person to do that is on track, and that is Mr. Rhodes. Good morning, Mr. Rhodes. Unmute for me. And while you're unmuting, I'm gonna have you back, read the case number into the record for me, please.
Case number 200-619-3401, Michael Rhodes.
All right, Mr. Rhodes, state your full name for me.
Michael Laverne Rhodes.
All right, how are you this morning, Mr. Rhodes?
I'm just well, Your Honor. I'm just well. I no complaints. Everything is going good on my end. I had how can I say, wonderful, delighting experience and company with Miss Robs this week.
Okay. All right. What else has happened?
Hey, I got some surprising news in the mail yesterday about my new community service. Well, I'll be doing it at. I got to get that online. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I had a wonderful weekend of Easter. We had a Narcotic Anonymous convention down at the Marriott.
Did you go?
I was able to attend.
It was 24-hour meetings, right?
24 marathon meetings, a bunch of workshops on issues of people deal with in their daily lives, a bunch of other people who can identify who you are and what you're here for. It was, you know, it was enlightening. You know what I'm saying? I saw a bunch of people that I knew from high school, years ago, they also attend and is a part of this fellowship. It was a wonderful experience.
Okay, I love it. Thank you for going. Thank you for doing what you needed to do in order to help you. That is awesome, Mr. Rhodes. That's awesome. Did you get to connect with any family during the holiday?
Yes, I did. I got 2 little great nephews, Cameron and Caleb, 4 and 5.
Oh my
I went
goodness.
over there and colored eggs with them, did a little Easter egg hunt with them. I ate good, and it was like I said, a wonderful experience,
Good.
resurrection. And I also was looking for the 10 Commandments because I
Oh,
watched
to come
them
on television.
every
Yeah.
Easter. Yeah, every
I
Easter.
thought it was more closer to it was a different time than what comes on now is like crucifixion or one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the old one that they used to put on when we was kids, the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember having to watch. It was mandatory. My
Talk
mom-
to action. I love it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. And there were no issues reported. Did you have any issues, any obstacles during the holidays?
Well, the week before, the Tuesday that I had asked you, could I be absent because I had the road test to complete?
Yes.
I passed.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't going to ask you. I figured if you passed it, you would volunteer it. I used to hate people to ask me if I passed something.
That was a wonderful, enlightening experience. I was nervous, Judge. I really was.
I know.
I got in the seat. I went a little under the mileage. Then I kind of not, watched, but I was prepared. My mirrors, my seat belt, adjusted my mirrors, watching traffic. And the police had got behind us when we was over there in Chandler Park Drive. And the green arrow you could turn when the light is red. And I was just being nervous. And the police blew his horn like, boom, you can go.
Yes, I'd rather get permission than to mess it up. There you go.
I didn't want to break no rules.
There you
And
go.
I passed. So now I'm waiting for my driver's license to come in the mail.
Look at you, Mr. Rhodes. Congratulations to you. Oh, you've had a really good week, right?
Yes, I did. Your Honor, I got to be honest with you. When I first signed up for this, and the judge who had bounded me over to here, I was like, oh man, because I wanted to just get it over with, do probation, and I'm gone. But this was God doing for me to enhance my recovery, for me to know that I got something over me that I must obtain and move forward and do things right, think right, behavior correct, and also my thinking.
Yeah.
And when I really started doing the inventory of this is what it is for me, and right now it's going to help me ground and foundate my recovery. So I have about 2 years when I'm done with this.
Look at you. I'm so
And
proud of you. Uh-oh, you froze up a little bit and you're on mute now. There you go.
Because I know this is going to pay off. It's going to pay off.
Definitely going to pay off. It's already paying off. It's
Yes,
already
it is.
paying off.
I got my license and I ain't had my license in almost over 15 years.
Wow. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Yes. We should celebrate him again. You're right, Ms. Walker. That is awesome. One less person we have to worry about on the road without a license. Follow the news, y'all. Follow the news. The prosecutors are coming down hard on folks who are driving without a license and they're causing injury to other people. I saw this morning where the 18-year-old who hit the young little girl in Dearborn driving on a suspended license and she died. He's going to be sentenced today. His life is forever changed. If you don't have a license, you should not be behind the wheel of a car because if something happens, It's not looking pretty for folks. That those days of, oh, I didn't mean to do it, it's just a car. But if you shouldn't have been behind that wheel, then you have signed up for some real consequences. And so I'm glad you're getting your license. Miss Rhodes, what do you want to tell me about Mr. Rhodes? He's all set?
Your Honor, as Mr. Rhodes indicated, he's doing extremely well. He came up, Your Honor, I was able to meet with Mr. Rhodes and speak with him, and he's just doing a great job, Your Honor. You know, he is really recovery focused. All his results have been negative, Your Honor. He's complying with testing. He did receive, I'm glad you received a referral, Mr. Rhodes, for the community service. I just want to say I am proud of you, Mr. Rhodes. I know it's funny, me and him, we joke a lot about, you know, just him and doing well throughout the program and just the battle we had initially. But I'm glad, Mr. Rhodes, that we are seeing eye to eye. We see that, you know, we have the common ground, and your recovery is always first. So I thank you for putting that first, and congratulations on a great job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Anything else from any of the other team members as to Mr. Rhodes?
Yes,
Judge,
sir.
I
Thank
haven't
you.
had the
Congratulations
pleasure.
on the driver's
There's
license.
Mr. Reed.
You know, he gonna keep talking.
Congratulations on the driver's license, Mr. Rhodes. Keep up the
Thank
good work. Drive safely. We're proud of you, sir. Thank you.
And
Thank
Judge, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Rhodes, but I can tell you, jumping on here, Mr. Rhodes, my name is Shannon Walker. I'm a prosecutor along with Mr. Rosenthal. You are amazing, sir. I can see the joy in you and the joy in your recovery. And I'll tell you what, you are 100% what makes this job worth it every day. And
Thank
I'm
you.
so happy to see you doing well. And I'm happy to see the joy in you, in yourself, for doing well. So I just
Thank
want to congratulate you on that and the joy you're bringing the rest of us in this program. So thank you for that, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. With that, Ms. Rhodes, what's next for Mr. Rhodes?
Your Honor, a return of court date of May 3rd, 2022 at 9:45 a.m.
All right. Very good. Did you get that, Mr. Rhodes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very good. You are in great shape. Thank you for doing what you were supposed to do over the holiday. Take care, and we are here should you need us, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very good. Take care of yourself.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Very good. With that, have I processed everyone that does not have any issues on this morning? I know there are a few people in the waiting room. They look like they are A cases. Mr. Reed or Mr. Fikens, I don't know if either of you have gone in to talk with those individuals, but that would be great. And then I would like to know from Ms. Mack or the officer who is physically in the courtroom. I'd like the list of those names at this time.
Okay. Yes, we have Mr. Guerrero, Jose Guerrero. We have Mr. Clarence Dillard. We have Mr. Marcus O'Brien. We have Miss Ariel Cameron. We have Mr. Javon Manning. And we have Mr. Dennis Pringle.
All right. Did Mr. Pringle had some non-holiday, thank you, Ms. Mack, some non-holiday issues. Is that correct, Ms. Rhodes? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like to do Mr. Pringle, and then I know Ms. Hernandez is on for Mr. Guerrero, and so I'll do him next. After I do Mr. Pringle, Miss Wilson, I'd like to let everybody in from the breakout room so we can, not breakout room, I'm sorry, the waiting room, so we can make sure that we keep people moving. All right.
Judge, if I may.
Yes.
I know Mr. Dillard is in the courtroom. May I go into a breakout room with Mr. Dillard? I believe Mr. Fikens has Mr. Pringle and Mr. Guerrero. And while he's dealing with those two cases, I can talk to Mr. Dillard, if I may.
Absolutely. Miss Ms. Wilson, can you make that happen? Is there, is the conference room set up to go into a breakout room?
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Dillard. I don't know if Mr. Reed wants to follow up, which is fine. I believe I spoke to Miss Cameron, I spoke to Mr. Guerrero, I spoke to Mr. Manning, and I spoke to Mr. Pringle, although I have some new information I received from Ms. Robbs about Mr. Pringle and Miss Cameron.
Is there anyone in the courtroom that you haven't talked to? I talked to Mr. O'Brien.
I think I've talked to everybody, Mr. Reed.
All right, very good. Then how about we do this at this time, since Mr. Pringle, Mr. Reed can go into the breakout room with those individuals that are in the waiting room. And so, Ms. Wilson, could you allow those people to come in at this time? Just to make the best use of our time. Okay, if you are entering the courtroom, please turn on your video so that we know who you are, so that we can get you situated in the right place, so that you're not sitting around all morning. All right, there are a couple of individuals. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. We need to call Ms. Brimage with respect to Mr. Johnson. And then for all of the other individuals, you are going to, I don't know who's on that. Is that Mr. Who is that? He just doesn't have his name on.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Paul, Keith
Mr.
Paul.
Mr. Paul, does Mr. Paul have issues this morning?
No, he doesn't, Your Honor. He's
All right,
in full compliance.
He's shaking his head like, not me, Judge. All right, we're gonna do Mr. Paul before we start everybody else. But for Mr. Anderson and Al Maliki, you're going to get an invitation to go to a breakout room. And Mr. Reed, can you go to the breakout room and speak with those individuals?
Yes, sir. I can go with Mr. Anderson. Has Mr. Al-Maliki talked to Mr. Franklin's? I talked to him.
Yes, I talked to Mr. Al Maliki.
All right, very good.
I would just be going in with Mr. Anderson, please.
All right, very good. I'm going to put Mr. Al Maliki on mute because it's not your time. And I'm also going to put you in the waiting room until we're ready. All right, Mr. Paul, I'm putting you on mute as well. All right, I am ready for Mr. Pringle. Ms. Mack, if you could read the case number into the record.
So I have 200-4499-701 for Dennis Pringle.
All right, can Mr. Pringle join me at the podium, please? Well, what did y'all do with Mr. Pringle? There he is. Good morning, Mr. Pringle.
Morning, Judge.
How are you this morning?
I'm blessed, a little tired.
You a little tired? What are you tired from?
I ain't get up till 3 o'clock this morning. I haven't received yet.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. You said you didn't get up.
I said I didn't get up till 3 o'clock this morning. I haven't been asleep yet.
Oh. Wow. Oh, okay. And so why are you up until 3 o'clock?
I was at work.
Oh, you were at work. All right. You know I like to get in your business, Mr. Pringle. Like, what you doing at 3 o'clock in the morning? All right, that's a good place to be at work. On a job that's gonna pay you and take out Social Security and stuff, right?
Already.
I'm sorry?
Already.
All right. I'm just checking. Mr. Pringle, how did you do for the holiday?
Pretty good. I didn't eat that much. I just had lamb and hamburgers. Sat around. We did family Zoom, so nobody wanted to cook. They just wanted to talk.
Nobody wanted to cook. They just wanted to talk.
Yeah.
Okay. They took the
So I
same
lost
route.
weight.
I'm sorry.
So I lost weight.
You lost weight. All right, Mr. Pringle, do your thing. All right, very good. I'm on the record. All right, Mr. Pringle. And so listen, did you have any challenges, any difficulties, any issues?
No, I don't know. But they said, something about, me and Attorney Reed had discussed months ago, came back up, but I didn't know about it till today. Well, yeah, just a couple of days ago, Ms. Rob told me about it.
All right.
I thought it was taken care of.
All right, so Mr. Fikes is going to address the court about those issues and inform the court as to what's going on, and hopefully we're gonna get you squared away on today. Mr. Pringle, is there anything that you need us to help you with other than that issue, which we're gonna take care of today? Is there anything else that's going on that you need the court's help or assistance with?
Still moving on, still pushing, everything is fine, prayers, more prayer, I guess, everything is squared away for the most up until that. But
Okay.
everything is okay.
All right, very good. Listen, Mr. Pringle, I want to thank you for doing well throughout the holiday. It can be difficult for some. And so I appreciate that you stayed the course. And I just want to encourage you to keep going. You have made so much progress. Oh, wait a minute. I just got a different update on Mr. Pringle. All right, Ms. Pringle, we've got an issue. Ms. Robs needs to update the team, and then we'll call you back up. You're gonna have to have a seat. I can't finish the hearing at this time.
If I may, Your Honor, can I be put in a breakout room with Ms. Robs just to speak?
Okay. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me let Ms. Robs have a seat, Mr. Pringle. I'll have to recall you. Let me let Ms. Robs do Mr. Paul very quickly, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. Ms. Mack, place Mr. Paul's case number on the record for me, please.
Okay, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, here we are. His case numbers are SP 103-00531, SP 105-07911, SP 121-94501, U 45259218, and 195230301.
All right, thank you, Mr. Paul. State your full name for me.
Keith Paul.
All right, Mr. Paul. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
What you smiling for already?
Just happy to see you.
You
I
happy
ain't
to
seen
see
you.
me? I know. I'm happy to see you too, Mr. Paul. You've been doing well.
Yes, ma'am.
You have. All right.
Yes.
How did you do during the Easter break, Mr. Paul?
Well,
I got
went
the
ahead.
courtroom full this morning of folks that tried me during the holiday.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got went to my grandma, seen my grandma, had dinner with her, and came on back to Lake Ridge.
All right,
Yeah.
so that was a good Easter, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was. Yes. She like she trying to give up on it. She's so old. She still got that cooking going though.
She does. Oh, that's
Yeah.
sweet. That's so, you're
Yeah.
so fortunate to have your grandmother. That's so
Mhm.
wonderful. So wonderful. All right, did
Yeah.
you do anything else for the holiday?
No, ma'am. No, we had they had a convention over the weekend. I didn't go. It was for all the people that was recovering and all that, but I didn't go. I stayed here at Lake Ridge, and a lot of guys went. They said it was nice, but they was dressed up, I heard. So
All right.
I didn't even go though. I stayed here.
Okay. Are they treating you well at Lake Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
That's really
I
good.
like it.
Very good. Are you having any issues, any concerns that you need the court to assist you with?
No.
Why you laugh first before you answer?
Because I don't think I need nothing. I got my bridge card. Hey, I'm straight. I got food.
All right, all right, Mr. Paul. Very good. Listen, you have done some great work. You're doing a great job. I want to encourage you to stay on track, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
I want you to also start thinking about what does the future hold for you? And I know Ms. Robs is working with you on some of these things. What are some goals? What are some dreams that you have? We want to help you to accomplish those goals, okay?
Well, I want to own some properties when I get out of here.
Okay.
I want to do that and get into the real estate business. Then the pastor was asking me that I want to become a peer coach. I told him I'll look into that. So I'm gonna check it out. I got something going on. I'm working here right now at Lake Ridge. I'm working doing security here right now. I had work last night from 11 to 7 in the morning. And I've just been hanging in there, staying out the way, you know, being around, being good.
Are you doing the heat program at Lake Ridge?
Yes, I'm supposed to be in there now.
All right, I'm gonna let you go too. I know you do. We did training for heat and I loved it. All right, very good.
I like it. Yes,
I'll ask you about it because they're gonna schedule you on a different day other than Tuesday so that you are able to attend heat, okay?
Okay.
All right, very good. Let me hear from Ms. Rob so we can get Mr. Paul back into his heat sessions.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Mr. Paul indicated, he is doing extremely well. He is in the heat program, Your Honor. He's in full compliance with his testing. He's doing a great job over there, Your Honor. He is, I don't know the exact title, but he's in like the highest leadership position there at Lake Ridge. He is really, really, really doing a great job, Your Honor. I can honestly say, you know, Mr. Paul, I am proud of you. I plan on coming out to see one of the heat groups this Thursday. And, you know, just keep up the great work. You know, you did great over the holiday. If you can do it over the holiday, you can continue to do it. So, you know, I just encourage you, you know, continue to be think recovery first, and just keep up the good work. Thank you.
I will, Ms. Robs. You're welcome.
All right. Listen, I'm going to get Mr. Paul back to his heat training. Ms. Robs, what's next for Mr. Paul?
Your Honor, a face-to-face on May 2nd, which would be Monday, Mr. Paul, at 10:35 a.m. And then a return to court date, which is a Monday also, of May 9th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m.
All right. Very good. Did you get that, Mr. Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We are proud of you, Mr. Paul. Keep up the great work that you're doing, okay?
I will. Thank you. I will.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We are ready. I have not seen Ms. Brimage yet. Is Ms. Brimage in the courtroom?
It's not, but I can get her down. She's ready to go on her 2 people though.
She has 2 people?
Yeah, she has Mr. Damian Johnson and Mr. Dillard Anderson, I believe.
Yes, Judge, Mr. Anderson is in the breakout room. I talked with Mr. Anderson. He has a review for a OTE, amended to disorderly conduct. He was ordered to do certain things and attend the class down in Southwest Detroit. He's scheduled for review today.
All right. Mr. Reed, is he in compliance or you don't know?
Judge, he has some documentation that he attended the class, but I believe Ms. Brimage has to verify that, or she may already verify the Judge.
That's fine. Let's give Ms. Brimage just a few minutes to join us. I want to get started because Ms. Hernandez has been here and she has Mr. Guerrero. And so I want to start with our first group of individuals that are in person in the courtroom. And so, and I know the prosecutorial team is here as well on these matters. And so Ms. Mack, if you could call the case number for Mr. Guerrero.
Yes, it is 21044-31701.
Thank you. And Ms. Hernandez, let's have Mr. Guerrero come to the podium. Ms. Hernandez, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret the words as spoken by the parties in today's matter and that you will do so completely and accurately without any additions or deletions, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please state your name as well as your qualifications.
My name is Emma Hernandez, Your Honor. I'm a CAO qualified Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. Mr. Guerrero, please state your full name for the record.
Señor Guerrero, por favor, diga su nombre completo para que conste en el acta.
José Manuel Guerrero.
José Manuel Guerrero.
Thank you, and good morning to you, Mr. Guerrero.
Buenos días, gracias, señor, y buenos días, señor Guerrero.
Buenos días, señora juez.
Good morning to you, ma'am, judge.
Thank you. All right, Miss Cleveland, I know that you are physically in the courtroom. If you could place your appearance on the record and then give Ms. Hernandez an opportunity to interpret, and then you may proceed.
Thank you, Your
Señora,
Hold on, Miss Cleveland, hold on. Go ahead.
Buenos días, señora Cleveland. Sé que usted está presente aquí en la corte. Por favor, si es tan amable, diga su nombre para que conste en el acta y después darle la oportunidad a la señora Hernández para que pueda interpretar.
Thank you, Your Honor, and everyone, good morning. My name is Toshi Cleveland, and I am a case manager for specialty court.
Buenos días, su señoría y todos los presentes en la corte. Mi nombre es Tori Cleveland y yo soy la que maneja el caso para la corte de especial.
All right, Ms. Cleveland, tell us why Mr. Guerrero is in the courtroom on this morning. Tell us what's going on.
Señora Cleveland, por favor, díganos por qué el señor Guerrero está aquí en la corte hoy. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando?
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Guerrero is here due to a missed screen on Saturday, April 16th, 2022. I would like
Su señoría, el señor Guerrero está aquí porque él no hizo, no dio una prueba, no la realizó el día que estaba pautado, que era el sábado 16 de abril del 2022.
I would like to briefly inform the court that Mr. Guerrero was here for court on Thursday, April 14th, 2022, with a translator present.
Yo quiero llamar, especificarle a la corte que el señor Guerrero estuvo aquí en esta corte el día 14 de abril del 2022 y también tuvo un intérprete para esa ocasión.
And Mr. Guerrero at the time was informed of special hours for the locations of testing on that date.
Y él fue informado de las horas especiales, no fue informado de las horas especiales de ese lugar donde tenía que ir a dar su prueba para ese día.
Additionally, Your Honor, Mr. Guerrero contacted me and informed me that he did miss his test date. It appears he was present at the location in the afternoon and was stated that he was informed at that time on Saturday that the location was closed for afternoon services.
Y según me ha informado el señor, él fue a dar su muestra para hacer el examen en el día que le tocaba, ese día 16 de abril, pero se presentó en la tarde y allí fue cuando le informaron que la localidad estaba cerrada ese día en la tarde, pero él se presentó a presentar su prueba.
Your Honor, he also informed me that he would like to test the following morning on Sunday to make up possibly for the missed test. And I do recognize, Your Honor, that there is no makeup for missed test. However, he did go test that morning. on Sunday.
Y también me informó que ella entonces se había presentado en la mañana del día siguiente, domingo, para de alguna forma resarcir la falta del día anterior, aunque nos entendemos, señora West, que una vez que se pierde, pues no se puede resarcir. Pero él se presentó y dio su prueba de todos modos el siguiente día domingo.
Mr. Guerrero is new to the program, Your Honor. He is phase 1. I don't believe it's been 30 days since he's been in the program. And I would like to recommend an oral reprimand for Mr. Guerrero for his missed test, Your Honor.
Y su señoría, el señor Guerrero es nuevo en este programa, ¿verdad? Él está en la fase número 1. Él apenas está empezando, no tiene ni 30 días en el programa. Por lo tanto, yo le estoy pidiendo, por favor, y estoy recomendando que se le dé una reprimenda verbal al señor Guerrero.
Thank you.
All right.
Gracias.
Okay, who wants to address the court next?
I will,
Judge,
Your Honor.
oh, go ahead. You want me to go, Mr. Fikes? I'm just going to be very quick. Shannon Walker on behalf of the people.
Okay, ¿quiere usted o yo, quién va a representar al señor? Yo no, señor Fake, yo voy a ser muy breve. Yo soy la señora Sharon Walker y estoy representando al Estado.
Judge, I was present in court as well when Mr. Guerrero was here on Thursday. He was made aware of the schedule changes and to be wary of the hours for the testing location. However, I agree with Ms. Cleveland's recommendation. It does appear he tried to cure his mistake, and we would ask for an oral reprimand.
Bueno, su señoría, yo estaba aquí el día 14 cuando él se presentó y recuerdo que a él se le notificó en esa oportunidad de el horario especial que iba a tener, que iba a haber durante ese fin de semana de fiesta. Sin embargo, estoy de acuerdo con la señora Cleveland de que le hizo un esfuerzo por rectificar su error. Por lo tanto, estoy de acuerdo con ello y que solamente reciba una reprimenda verbal.
Thank you, Mr. Fikens.
Gracias, señor Fikens.
Your Honor, when I first talked to Mr. Guerrero, I thought this would be a situation that was lost in translation.
Sí, su señoría, cuando yo hablé la primera vez con el señor Guerrero, yo pensé que era algo que se había malinterpretado.
But he readily admitted his mistake.
Pero él admitió su error.
And what's not lost on Mr. Guerrero is his dedication and his interest in the program.
Y lo que no se ha perdido es que el interés y su dedicación que tiene el señor Guerrero para con este programa.
He apologizes to this court for being lax in his mistake.
Él le pide disculpas ante esta corte, ¿verdad? Por su omisión y por su error.
And while a makeup test is not relieve one of an obligation to test, he wanted to do that to show both himself and Your Honor that he's taking this program seriously.
Y aunque sabemos que hacer otro examen inmediatamente para tratar de cubrir el que ya se perdió, porque eso no se puede hacer y el perdido está perdido, él trató de hacerlo lo mejor y mostrarle a esta corte su respeto por esta corte y por el programa y su dedicación a él mismo.
We talked about how important it is to test over the holidays.
Nosotros hablamos sobre la importancia, lo importante que es el hacer los exámenes durante cualquier fiesta que haya, día festivo.
And he wants to pledge to you that he will be mindful, not only in the holidays, but at all times regarding testing.
Y él quiere prometerle que él va a estar muy pendiente de esto, no solamente durante cualquier día festivo, sino durante todo el tiempo que dure el programa.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría.
All right. Mr. Guerrero, is there anything you'd like the court to know about this situation that any of the parties have not mentioned?
Señor Guerrero, ¿hay algo más que usted quiera agregar sobre esta situación que ya no haya sido dicho por cualquiera de las dos partes que ya han hablado?
No, nomás quiero pedir disculpas y no volverá a pasar.
No, Your Honor, I just want to apologize and tell you that this is not going to happen again.
Okay. Mr. Guerrero, you must test when your color drops, okay?
Ok, señor Guerrero, usted debe tomar su examen cuando salga su color, cuando le toque.
Okay, sí.
Okay, yes.
Very good. I am going to follow the recommendation of the team, and I will issue a verbal reprimand.
Ok, yo voy a seguir las recomendaciones del equipo y yo voy a emitir una reprimenda verbal.
And I'm issuing that reprimand, that verbal reprimand, on the basis of the fact that he's in phase 1.
Y yo voy a emitir esta reprimenda verbal basándome en el hecho de que usted está comenzando y que está en la fase 1 del programa.
He's not had any other issues since he's been with us, although it's only been a very short period of time.
Y que él no ha tenido ningún otro tipo de problema desde que ha estado con nosotros, aun cuando ha estado con nosotros por muy poco tiempo por ahora.
And so I'm doing a verbal reprimand.
Entonces, por lo tanto, estoy haciéndole una reprimenda verbal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría. Gracias, su señoría.
All right. And so, Ms. Cleveland, what will be the next court date for Mr. Guerrero, or is he already scheduled for a court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sí. Ok, señora Cleveland. Entonces, ¿cuál es el próximo día para la comparecencia del señor Guerrero, o ya él le han dado una próxima comparecencia, una próxima fecha?
Your Honor, he's already scheduled for an upcoming court date, and I believe it's on Friday, the 29th. I do not have his file with me, but he's phase 1, and I've moved my people to Friday, the 29th at 8:35 a.m., Your Honor.
Friday, the 29th is not a good day if you moved him to that date.
Okay, Your Honor.
Bueno, sí, yo tengo aquí que nosotros teníamos uno para el 29 a las 8:35, que lo movimos para ese día. Bueno, pero el 29, viernes 29, no es un buen día si usted lo movió para allá. Ok, su señoría, déjeme ver otro.
All right, Miss, give me just 1 second, please.
Deme un segundo, por favor.
Hello? Hi, you busy? Yeah, I'm in court. What's going on?
Right, very good. And so I need the return to court date for Mr. Guerrero.
Ok, necesito un día para la próxima comparecencia del señor Guerrero.
Miss Cleveland, you can keep it on the 29th. Let's do this. Keep it on the 29th and do a face-to-face with him. And then we'll go from there.
Ok, señora Cleveland, entonces vamos a dejarlo para el 29 y hacemos uno cara a cara con él para el 29.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Guerrero, you are free to leave. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Ok, señor Guillermo, puede irse, disfrute su día. That will be by Zoom, Your Honor.
No, it will be one-on-one with Miss Cleveland.
Okay, and I have to be there face to face too?
Miss Cleveland?
Yes, Your Honor. I can attempt to
try to talk to him, but he did reveal that he's about 75% capacity of English speaking. So I'm not sure, I just want to make sure that, that he gets all the relevant information.
So
I can be in person if they need me. I don't.
okay, so Ms. Cleveland, why don't you make a decision and then make sure that Ms. Hernandez is contacted, because this is an informal on the 29th. You probably can go forward, but certainly for his next court date, we need the interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, wonderful. All right, Ms. Hernandez, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Ok, señor, pero el 29 usted tiene que ir a estar face to face con la señora Cleveland.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Honor.
Free to leave.
Bye. Thanks. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. It's my understanding that Ms. Brimage is in the courtroom. Ms. Brimage, I'd like to do your two cases that are scheduled for review on this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
I am.
All right, good morning to you. Yes, Ms. Reed.
Judge, may I bring Mr. Anderson out of the breakout room if he's still in the breakout room?
Please do, Ms. Wilson. We're gonna start with Mr. Damian Johnson first.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I need to speak to Mr. Anderson also because I haven't received anything from him.
I'm sorry, one more time.
I said I need to speak to Mr. Anderson also because I haven't received anything regarding his completion. So I'm
Okay.
going to break out with him after Mr. Johnson.
But put Mr. Anderson back in the breakout room, and then Ms. Brimage will have to talk with him after she finishes Mr. Johnson's case. How does that work out? Is that good?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let me have, if you could read, Ms. Mack, all of Mr. Johnson's cases into the record. It seems like he appeared, if my memory serves me correctly, in two places on my docket.
Okay. Okay, so I have SP 112-907-23-200-616-0201. See if it's another spot. It's the same case numbers, Judge.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Johnson, if you could unmute and state your name for me, please.
My name is Damian Johnson.
Good morning to you, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you this morning?
I am well, thank you. Mr. Johnson, how did you do over the holiday?
I did pretty good. It was nice. It was warm for a change. So, you know, Easter always snows and it came after. So
okay.
It was really nice. I had a pretty good time.
All right, very good. Let me have Ms. Brimage place your appearance on the record and you may proceed with your report.
Your Honor, Jasmine Brimage on behalf of the probation department. Since Mr. Johnson's last time before you, he has completed the marijuana insight program. He completed that on April 1st at eBay. And he stayed at Team Wellness. I spoke with you. You said he could continue his treatment there. And I spoke to his therapist, Ms. Griffin, today. So she said that she would send me monthly progress reports for Mr. Johnson. She said he has been engaged in treatment, so no issues or concerns there.
All right, very good, very good. What else, Ms. Brimage?
Mr. Johnson does have a balance of $770, and I do want him to start making small payments on those, on the fines and costs, so he can knock that down.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Johnson, you've got to make payments. We can't release you, won't release you. Not gonna think about releasing you until you have made payments on your fines and costs.
I need to link to where to pay it. That's all.
All right, get with Ms. Brimage, and I'm sure she'll tell you how to get us paid, okay?
I'm trying to get out of here.
I understand it. I understand it, but it's in your hands, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And the last thing, Your Honor, is, we spoke briefly about Mr. Johnson doing his drug screening at ATS versus at the treatment center. And I want to reiterate that because I did speak with Ms. Bridgman today, and we both agreed that it would be easier for me to retrieve the results if he goes to ATS versus his treatment center. So I need him to go to ATS. There's a referral already sent over.
All right, so Mr. Johnson, you've got to do your testing at ATS going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Anything else, Ms. Brimage?
No, Your Honor, outside of that, Mr. Johnson is doing well.
He's doing well. All right, very good. Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time, Your Honor. I'm just trying to just needed the link to pay off my fines and fees and everything. I think I've done all the classes required. I've done my community service. Testing regularly. I haven't dropped any dirties or anything like that since I've been in the program. So I'm just trying to stay in compliance and trying to do everything I can. And I just got a job, so I'm trying to make sure that the schedule is right so I won't end up losing my job. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing everything I can, Your Honor.
Right.
So
You know we're going to work with you, right? We are going to work with you.
Yes, ma'am.
All
I
right.
appreciate that.
I'm so glad that you're working. That's a good thing. I'm glad that you didn't have any issues during the holidays. You showed up for testing and did everything you were supposed to do, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very good. Very good. Tell me what you learned in Marijuana Insight, sir.
Well, I actually learned quite a bit of things that, marijuana is, it's like a walk on a thin line with medical treatment, and they have to do more research on it. But besides that, it gave me a lot of insight on what kind of things that it can do to you and for you. So I mean, it showed me a lot of things. Like I didn't know that a lot of things about marijuana that I learned in the class. So it showed me a lot of things that I did not know. But it's like I was telling the administrator that it's all about research and people doing their research now, and it's more and more things that's going out more so on the medical side for marijuana. So I'm just glad that that's actually being exposed. But I don't use marijuana for anything, so just for my medical treatment. So that's it. But besides that, Your Honor, it was a great experience. I got to talk to Mr. Rice and several people in the program, and we got a little bit of insight and got to know each other. So it was really a good experience.
All right, very good. Have you been talking with Mr. Parker?
Yes, I have. I just talked to Mr. Parker yesterday, in fact.
All right, Mr. Parker, what do you want to tell me about Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, Young, thank you. We spoke for a good while, and he explained that he's very adamant in making this and paying his fees, and I mean, he just spoke very, very determinedly about that. So I believe we want to do that. He's doing well. And he wants to get him another place, and so he's working towards a lot of things. He's positive, and he likes the job that he's doing.
Yeah.
And so he's positive about a lot of things. We laugh, we talk, and that's a good thing. And I'm very proud of him. For how far he has come, and thank you. And I just encourage him, just keep going forward, keep up the good work. And he says he wants it to be done, and I'm sure he does. And he realized that what he has to do for it to be done.
Yeah,
and he's working towards that.
All is in his court.
Yes,
All is definitely in his court. All right. Very good, very good. And so if nothing else, Ms. Brimage, what's next for Mr. Johnson?
I do have one more thing on the case number that the clerk mentioned, SP 11290723. That's account 1, 2, and 3. He pled on count 3, 1 and 2 was dismissed. He completed community service, so that one needs to be closed. He did community service on it.
Okay, so he should only have one matter that's on my docket. Is that what you're
That's on
saying?
that, on the contract, yes.
Okay, all right, Miss Mack, if you could make those changes, please, for me, that would be greatly appreciated.
And Mr. Johnson can have a face-to-face with me on, if Mr. Johnson is a Friday better for the Zoom probation report.
Yes, ma'am. Friday is my off.
You said Friday is your off day?
Yes, ma'am. Friday is my off day.
All right, so we will do May the 6th for your face-to-face
Yes, ma'am.
at 10 a.m.
That's
And your
fine.
next court date, May 17th.
May 17th.
All right, we're all set, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good to see you. Take good care of yourself, and I'll
I will.
see you I do want Mr. Johnson, Ms. Brimage, to come to our graduation on May 19th, our special
will be
court
there.
graduation.
I
All
will be
right,
there.
so that's gonna be mandatory.
Yes, ma'am.
All
May
right,
19th.
very good. We'll get that information for you. And then I want everyone, Mr. Johnson has served in the armed forces. I need everyone in the courtroom to join me in thanking Mr. Johnson for his service. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate
It's my
it.
honor to serve.
Thank you so much, sir. All right,
You're
take care. Bye-bye. All right,
Bye-bye.
Ms. Brimage, let me know when you're ready on your other case. All right, let's go back to all of the folks I have in the courtroom that still need to be seen. Ms. Robs, I think these are mostly your clients, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna have you start.
Judge, if I may, we have two veterans, Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Dillard, and I believe that Mr. Parker is here. So if we could do those veterans first.
Well, those veterans have not followed this court's orders during the holidays. And so if Mr. Parker needs to leave, he can certainly leave. I don't know why Ms. Robbs wouldn't call them first or have them first in the rotation. There may be a method to it. But I'm not trying to accommodate time schedules for anybody that's here today because they're gonna be with me. Somebody's going to jail, somebody's gonna lock up. Either way, folks not going home this morning. So, but there's no rush is what I'm saying, Mr. Reed. There's no rush. If Mr. Parker needs to leave, Mr. Parker, I certainly understand it. I certainly understand it, but it's folks that's gonna just be staying with me tonight, overnight, that kind of thing. All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed, though. I appreciate it.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Ms. Robbs, who do you want to start with?
Your Honor, are we doing DTC specialty court first?
No, we can do Veterans Treatment Court first.
Yes, Your Honor, if we can have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. Do we have any other individuals from our other specialty court that are in the courtroom who are not having issues today?
Not that I have. I don't have, everyone that I have, Your Honor, that is in the courtroom they have issues.
All right, Miss Cleveland, what about for you?
Your Honor, I have one more individual that has an issue.
All right, and it's on the regular treatment court docket?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is that, Miss Cleveland?
That's Mr. Javon Manning, Your Honor.
Has
He's
Mr.
present in the courtroom.
All right. Mr. Manning can hold out for a minute. Let's go, Ms. Robbs. Thank you, Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And before we get started, let me just see who's there are some folks that are still in the breakout room. And I guess those are people that are on our regular A docket other than Mr. Stitt. Should Mr. Stitt be here today?
No, Your Honor, he should have a face-to-face for today. He doesn't have a court date.
Then reach out to him and let him know. that
Yes,
he has
Your
a
Honor.
face-to-face on today. All right, let's do it, Ms. Robs. Who do we have first?
Your Honor, Mr. Marcus O'Brien.
All right, Mr. O'Brien, if you could please join us at the podium. Ms. Cleveland, please make sure that you are in a safe space, enough space away from the podium speakers. I want to keep everybody safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then Officer Lott, good morning to you. I don't think I addressed you this morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
All right.
Good morning, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, we've got some issues. Let's start with getting your case number on the record. Ms. Mack?
Yes, ma'am. Case number 2106118501 for Marcus O'Brien.
All right, thank you. Mr. O'Brien, please state your full name.
Marcus Lane O'Brien.
All right, Mr. O'Brien, this is not your regular court date, is it?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so tell me, why are you in my courtroom?
I had, I felt lost, gone on my way. Couple things kind of built up on me and I didn't expect it to.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Mr. O'Brien. You're gonna have to lean into that microphone and speak loudly so that I can hear you.
There was a couple of things that came upon me, and one of them was by surprise. Okay, I'm sorry, the chair. Very blunt, fine, that's where they said I had stenosis, because I thought it was my right hip, so I had a right hip replacement.
Mr. O'Brien, I have no idea what you are speaking about. My question to you on this morning is, why are you in my courtroom? Can you tell me that part?
Yes, to be plain and simple, I took a drink.
Okay.
I think I already mentioned this, my wife is from Africa, I went to Africa, and I got her here. And so I hold that responsibility so tight, because I took her from a country and I brought her, her family brought her here. And all the 3 times that I went, it was great. I mean, everything I wanted, but as soon as I brought her here to the country, everything flipped. And
Now,
I thought,
Mr. O'Brien, aren't you seeing a counselor? Don't we have you connected with services too? Because we are streaming live on YouTube. And so don't we have you connected to services where if you are having some issues with your wife, which you have mentioned to us before, where you have an opportunity to work through those things, right?
right. She's leaving tonight. She's flying, she's leaving back to Africa tonight.
Okay.
But they gave me some muscle relaxers. I don't do painkillers. I've done the strong stuff. They gave me some muscle relaxers for my back. So that Saturday, when we got into a bad argument, and I was in serious pain, and she was just coming at me. I play flute also, and I have a flute that's almost $10,000. I was playing it from high school. So that thing is really dear to my heart. So in order for me to not do anything rash, I left. So I wouldn't, because when I saw my flute up in the air, I got highly upset. So I left. I didn't know I had planned on drinking, wasn't in my intention, but as an addict, you subconsciously do this. But I ended up there as
Mr. O'Brien, listen, we have equipped you with resources through the VA, resources with a mentor, resources with a case manager, resources with attorneys that if you are having issues, there are at least 4 or 5 other things that you can do other than pick up. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
We've equipped you with those resources on purpose, intentionally. On purpose. We put those resources right at your disposal so that, and I tell people this all the time, when life happens, because that's one of the benefits of being alive, is that life is going to happen to you. Something good may happen, something bad may happen, something unexpected may happen, something that drives you crazy may happen, something may catch you by surprise, but that's all a part of the benefit of being alive. And so what we do is we equip you with resources to help you to navigate life. And so for an altercation to happen between you and your wife, and your response is to pick up and drink as opposed to utilizing those resources, that's problematic. Problematic.
I thought it was more of a reaction. And that Saturday, they called my cousin to come to the job. So I wasn't gonna miss it, you know what I mean? So I went. And I came up positive. I immediately came home and I called Miss Parker. And we talked for a while. And you're right. I'm so used to putting everything on my own shoulders and going alone. My family is not a together family. I watched my older brother die of heroin, and he's been a heroin addict all my life. As I was studying job, my mother died when I was 6, and I never met my father at all. So I've been out here alone, and I feel pretty good. I kept the school, kept the church, and until 1990 when the whole addiction thing happened. And I've been doing well since, like I said, for 10 years uninterrupted. Okay. So I know I instead of reaching out, I tend to just pile things on my shoulder and try to put it. But I know, I'm not the guy that I used to be. I'm not that guy who had 10 years anymore. I gotta recognize that I do need help, and I do need to rely on other people.
Mr. Aubrey, we have a real issue on today because as I indicated to everyone, the holidays, I know they're tough. And that's why I wanted everybody to make sure that you had a plan in place. And so we've got a real problem this morning. I'm gonna hear from some of the other team members, but we've got a real problem this morning. So Miss Rhodes, I don't know if you wanna go first or Mr. Reed, but whoever wants to go first.
Judge, I'll go first. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to Mr. Aubrey. We did talk in the breakout room, and I respect and appreciate his honesty. He did admit that he did breach the court's order. He did consume some alcohol, and he went and tested on the weekend as he was ordered to do. He didn't miss a test. He just failed to go to a test because he had consumed alcohol, and I respect that. Judge, in talking to Mr. Aubrey, he gave me the reasons why he consumed alcohol, and he's not using those reasons as excuses. He's accepting responsibility. He knows he did something wrong, and he showed up in court to face that. He does have a remorse for what he did. We talked about the reasons behind his drinking. He had some medical issues. He had some matrimonial issues. We talked about what he should have done instead of picking up a drink. We talked about counseling, a sponsor, his mentor, his case manager, the legal team, the court. All those are available to him as opposed to picking up a drink. Judge, he's been in the program a while. I don't think he's given Miss Rob any problems. It's unfortunate that this occurred during the holidays, but because people are in our program, they can slip at any time. It doesn't have to be Easter. It doesn't have to be Christmas or the 4th of July. They're in the program because they need our assistance, and he had a slip. And I'm not recommending any jail time for him. I'm recommending stronger counseling, a verbal warning. If that's not an alternative to sitting in the court all day, but I'm not recommending a jail time. I appreciate honesty and accepting responsibility. I think he wants to work the program and follow the court's orders, and he will do that in the future. That's my recommendation, Judge. And again, I respect the honesty. I respect that he showed up in court today. I respect that he went and tested on Saturday, knowing that he had consumed alcohol and knowing that he would have a positive test. Thank you, Judge. That's my
Thank you,
recommendation.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 1 second, 1 second. You all cannot talk with me, cannot ever talk over me. I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Rhodes, and then I'll go to Mr. Rosenthal. I thought I saw his hand up, and then Mr. Parker in that order. Thank you so much, Ms. Rhodes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I do want to say I do concur with Attorney Reed. We did have the opportunity to discuss it. And I'll tell you why, Your Honor. Mr. O'Brien, he actually reached out to me.
Okay, hold on. Somebody has a child in the background. Miss- That's Mr. Anderson. He should be in a breakout room anyways, or he needs to come down to the court. All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Rhodes. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree because, Mr. O'Brien, he reached out, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm sitting here with all of Mr. O'Brien's previous screens. He has been negative throughout the course of his time being in the program. He did reach out, Your Honor. He was very emotional about it. He admitted, that, he slipped. We discussed, Your Honor, that as you indicated, that we did have resources available to him and afforded to him that he could easily reach out to. He did utilize those with myself and Mr. Parker, because Mr. Parker also reached out to me as well with a concern for him. Your Honor, I do want to just kind of add one thing, and I'm going to reach out to Mr. Kushiri with that. Is to see what we can do in terms of his current therapeutic process. Because as you indicated, Your Honor, if something like this happens, with this, we just want to kind of prevent this from happening or reoccurring, because he has been on a very good footing with the court. He's been compliant. And so I don't recommend any jail time or anything like that either, Your Honor. I do think that he does need to engage with the other resources, including the therapy, because, Mr. O'Brien, we've talked about this today, and we've talked about this previously, those self-defeating thoughts, you have to address them. And, this is, again, Your Honor, I don't have anything further, but I don't recommend jail time, but I do concur with Attorney Reed and just and to get with Mr. Kushiri to see what kind of assessment can be done so that he can increase or even add that to his therapeutic process now.
All right, and so Ms. Rhodes, I'm counting on you to do that with respect to Mr. Kushiri about looking at a reassessment, a therapeutic reassessment. All right, thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Attorney Rosenthal.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Matthew Rosenthal for the people, P84807. Mr. O'Brien, I want to start by saying thank you for your service. I've not been able to meet you in person, but I do appreciate that. I appreciate your honesty as well. Honesty does go far, I know with me, but also with Your Honor, with the judge. That's one thing that is important. However, You know, when it comes down to drinking in this program, there's no negotiations. And for us, it's important because we want to see you on that right path, getting to the point where, you know, you were that person who was in the military 10 years ago and that you're doing well. So we want to provide you these resources, and this one instant doesn't determine, you know, your dedication or determine who you are. It's what happens after this instance. And so, Your Honor, I really do agree with what Ms. Rhodes has said and Attorney Reed with the increase in therapy, increase in testing for 2 weeks. We just want to get him back on track, Your Honor, and make sure, you know, he's doing the things that are necessary in his life to maintain a better life. And I don't think this one instance, you know, should deter him from moving forward in the program. I just think there needs to be a little more observation, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And so, Ms. Rhodes, do you recommend a sober link for Mr. Ubri?
Your Honor, he was on sober link prior to.
Think about it, Ms. Rhodes. Let me hear from Mr. Parker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as Mr. Reed stated earlier, and as Ms. Rhodes has stated, that Mr. O'Brien, he didn't wait. He right away contacted me and to let me know what had happened. He was very remorseful. We talked for a good while, and he was just explaining how sorry he was for just, you know, making that decision, and he realized it was the wrong decision to make. Many things happen in life. We understand that, and he understands that, and obviously there's never an excuse for turning to something that pretty much got him in his position where he is in the first place. And I don't say that, you know, to chastise me or anything. I say it because it's the fact, and he realizes that. And I know he does, and so I though I'm not in a position to make a recommendation, my opinion, Judge, if I may, is that you know, that this is the first time since he's gotten in the program that he has done such a thing. So, you know, in my opinion, I don't think he should go to jail either. You know, but being afforded you know, more opportunities to right the wrong. And to help him along the way. I believe that he realized that he's done wrong. And in my opinion, again, I think the next time he'll make a better decision. So I thank you for the opportunity, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So Mr. O'Brien, earlier you had your hand up. You wanted to say something to the court. What is it that you would like to say?
Yeah, I didn't really have a plan because I was scheduled to work. So I thought I was gonna work most of the weekend. I mean, the holiday, I know Monday we worked, but due to the part shortage, you know, they shut our plant down for that Thursday and worked, but after that, I agree I should have came up with a plan for it. I thought of the most of the majority of the time I work. On weekends, we have what you call, PM, we go into the plant and clean up. That was supposed to take place. That didn't take place either. But I did come in Monday voluntarily. They asked me if I wanted to come back, like I had to Monday, but I went in and to work anyway, just to take up some of that time. And I still have to go to my meetings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Miss Mack, I'm sorry. Ms. Rhodes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rhodes, I asked you about a sober link. I want to get your opinion on that.
Your Honor, I can honestly see, because he was on sober link as I reviewed his case. This is his second drinking and driving.
Yes.
And he did come into our court, Your Honor, with a sober link. I do, if Your Honor, if I may make that recommendation for 30 days of a sober link device.
Mm-hmm.
And for review upon the 30 days to see if he is doing well. And if any, if we have any issues, then, we would handle it accordingly. But yes, Your Honor, instead of the the increased testing, if we could do the SoberLink device for at least 30 days and then upon 30 days review.
All right. Any objection to that recommendation from Ms. Robs?
No objections, Judge.
All right, thank you. And so what I am going to do is I am going to order that Mr. O'Brien, that he be reassessed through the VA. I will not order increased testing, however, I will place him on the SoberLink, and we will start with the 30-day increment. I'm not promising that he'll come off in 30 days. I'm saying we'll start with 30 days. And so, Ms. Robs, you'll have to have Mr. Joel come today. He cannot leave the courthouse without that SoberLink on today. And then Mr. O'Brien would be released on today, officer. He will not be released until, well, as soon as he gets the SoberLink, I'll let him be released. After he gets the SoberLink, I'll let him be released. But he's to stay with us until that SoberLink is placed on him. And that's going to be the court sanction. Anything else for my consideration?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, Mr. O'Brien, listen, you took a fall. There are some things that you need to do to course correct. Let's get them done, okay? This is not a defining moment. This is just a moment. And so let's not allow it to define you. Let's get up and let's get back on track. If stressors with family issues and those things, you know that those are triggers for you, let's talk about them, okay? Talk about them in your therapy. And when you reassess through Mr. Kusheri, make sure you have those discussions with him, okay? All right, very good. Ms. Robs, does Mr. O'Brien already have a return to court date?
Your Honor, he was going to come back to court on the 26th.
Let's leave him right there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Leave him right there. All right, very good. All right, Mr. O'Brien, have a seat, and Ms. Robs will let you know when you are released, but you are not to leave until you have that device placed on, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Britt, and thank you, Mr. Parker and all of the team members for chiming in. I know that Mr. Pringle and Mr. Dillard are still veterans that need to go forward. I'm going to just deviate for a second for Ms. Brimage to do her one case. And if there are any loose ends that you all need to tie up with the two veterans, please do so at this time. Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Brimage, are you ready on Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
Mr. Anderson back in the courtroom.
He said he's in the courtroom, but the camera wouldn't. He said his camera was disabled by the host.
Yes, because he was probably doing too much, and so he disabled him. I'm going to ask him to start his video at this time. All right, very good. Ms. Mack, if you could place Mr. Anderson's case numbers on the record, please.
Yes, Judge. I have 3 cases. First one is U5-1277-219, 19435-8191, and count 2 for that one as well, 19435-8192 for Mr. Dillard Anderson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Please state your name for the record.
Leonard Anderson.
All right, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you too, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Brimage, place your appearance on the record, and then you may proceed with your report.
Your Honor, Jasmine Brimage on behalf of the Probation Department. Mr. Anderson was ordered to complete the John School at Southwest Detroit Community Justice Center and also submit the testing. He completed both stipulations on the order, and I'm asking that his case be closed.
All right, and so he doesn't owe any money or anything
No money.
like that?
No.
All right, wonderful, Mr. Anderson. What did you learn from this experience? What did you, and what did you learn in the prostitution offenders class?
It's kind of like I learned a lot. Well, based on experience with you, I figured out that I gotta have the proof, and the fact that with her, I didn't know that I had to turn it in to her. It was a different level of probation. I thought that I didn't have to. It just showed me how serious it is on that. My son walked in and, you said, come down to the court. I know what that means. So that's for one, just to take that more serious, the fact that I had to turn myself in and how that money stacked up, I owed a lot of money at first and I still had to pay for that. So, it's nothing that you're finna really run away from. I'm not finna get, with the courts and nothing like that. But in the class, it's just learn triggers and who to stay away from and how to really, how could you say this, analyze people for what they are out here,
Okay, what does that mean? Analyze people for what they are. What do you know about the people that may be out there selling sex?
For one, it's like you're supposed to stay away from wet places. They said like you're supposed to stay away from anywhere where.
No,
like,
where you going with this? Hold up. What was your charge, sir? You weren't charged with an alcohol related.
I wasn't.
Okay. All right.
wasn't.
So
I
what
said-
did you learn? What did you learn in the prostitution offenders class?
Yeah, they told me to stay away from the females that's like, what did they say? They was literally saying like describing people like if a person has a lot of like sores or something like that, stay away from them. If it's anybody that's standing like in an open area or something like that, they said a lot of things. They said a lot of stuff.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'm trying to get to what you actually learned. And so what did you learn about the women that are out there? Are they all out there on their own free will because they just want to be out there selling sex?
No, not at all. They said a lot about like human trafficking. They was talking about human trafficking and that like a lot of these women some of them is being taken from like state to state. Then some of them is being like forced to be in, selling their body. Like,
Yes. And did you know that before you had this experience with the court?
no, not really. I didn't know that it was that serious of, the human trafficking possibilities. And it just made me think like, what if I did get caught up in something worse? It could have been worse, that could have been looking like it was me.
Yes, sir. It could have been worse. All right, very good. Look, Mr. Anderson, I want to applaud you first of all for doing what you were supposed to do. Thank you, Ms. Brimage, for managing this case to the end. I am going to grant I'm sorry. He spoke with an attorney, Mr. Reed. The recommendation was that the matter be closed. Is that correct, Ms. Brimage, that it be closed? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reed, any objection?
No, Judge, no objections. He complied with the court's order. No objections to this matter being closed. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then the case is closed. Mr. Anderson, take care of yourself. Be good to yourself and be good to others, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brimage.
Thanks, Your Honor. Have a good one.
Okay, you too. All right. Okay. That almost took me over. All right, Miss Robs, are you ready on any other cases? We have a couple of people that are still out there. I don't hear or see Miss Robs. Miss Wilson, if we have people that are in the breakout room, this is a good time to let them in and let's get them squared away. Right. If you are joining us in the courtroom, please, if you have the ability to do so, I'm going to ask you to put your name in your tagline and turn on your camera. I can't service you if I cannot see you. So thank you so much for doing that. All right, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ficus, the gentleman that's on right now, did either of you talk to this young man?
No, Judge. Is that Mr. Aristo?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Mr. Reed.
Is that Mr. Aristo?
Oh, no, that's the name of his phone. That's the name of his device, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I didn't talk to him, whatever his name is.
All right. Sir, I'm going to ask you to unmute, please, and tell us your name.
LaShawn Alexander.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alexander. He probably needs to go to a breakout room with an attorney. Who will go in the breakout room with Mr. Alexander?
I will, Judge.
All right, I am changing his name. Ms. Wilson, if you could send Mr. Reed and Mr. Alexander into a breakout room. And then did anyone speak to Mr. Al Maliki?
Yes, Judge, he's ready. It's a plea.
Okay, let's admit him while we have downtime and let's do his case. Miss Mack, if you could place Mr. Al Maliki's case number on the record. Mr. Al Maliki, please turn on your camera. I'm ready to service you at this time. And you can't be driving and on Zoom, sir. If you're driving, you're going to have to pull over. But I won't service you driving and on Zoom. Mr. Maliki, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm pulling over right now.
Pull over right now, please, sir.
Right now.
I want you to be safe.
I'm sorry. I was just on the phone for 2 hours.
Okay, stop talking to me well, we've been on here for 2 hours too, sir. We have been.
I'm sorry.
We have been. We've been working for 2 hours. We have. We get on at 8:30. We've been working.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you so much for understanding. Have you pulled
You're
over?
welcome. Well, yeah, almost. Just waiting on this car to get out of in front of me to pull over. I'm not driving anymore.
Oh, you're just in a car. Someone else is driving.
Yes.
Okay, very
Car
good.
now stop.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
very good. Thank
Okay.
you, Miss Mack. Since we've all been waiting 2 hours, we've already been on for 2 hours. Would you please place Mr. Al Maliki's case number on the record for me?
Yes, Judge, it's SP 119-52991.
Thank you. Mr. Al Maliki, please state your full name for the record.
Hussein Abdul Hakim Al Maliki.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fikens, how are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, my client would like to avail himself of the offer made by the city attorney. That is, if he pleads guilty to driving while license suspended, the court would consider reducing that to fail to display.
All right, thank you. And does your client have any other outstanding matters at 36th District Court?
I checked. It does not appear to me, Judge, that he does.
Thank you so much. Mr. Al Maliki, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may place your. Thank you, Mr. Fikens. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, you understand that in this matter, you have a right to a trial, correct?
Correct.
And you wish to waive that right and enter a guilty plea today, correct?
Yes.
Are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Has anyone forced you or promised anything to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
So I direct your attention back to the date and time of the citation. Were you operating a motor vehicle in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And when stopped by a police officer and asked to produce a valid license, you did not have one. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
I'm satisfied as well. I'll accept your plea of guilty. I'll amend the charge to failure to display a valid operator's license. Mr. Fikens, what was your client scheduled for on today?
It was a show cause, Your Honor, so we apologize for not appearing beforehand. And we talked about it. Given his interest in trying to work this out at this point in time, Judge, we humbly ask for consideration in that regard.
All right, thank you. I am assessing costs in the amount of $200. The fine will be $50. Sir, when are you able to pay this matter in full, including your warrant costs? You have other costs associated with this ticket for failing to appear in court. When can you get this paid, sir?
In the next week, I can have it paid.
In a week? Okay,
Yes.
very good. This is what I'm going to do. I will adjourn this matter. I'll adjourn it for payment and I'll give you until, let's see, I'm not back until, I'll give you until May 9th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. to get it paid. Get it paid before that date and that time. As long as you get it paid before May 9th, then you don't have to come back to court. The matter will automatically be closed. If you don't get it paid, you do have to come back and see me, okay?
Okay, and I pay that online, Your Honor?
You can pay it online. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much,
Okay.
Your Honor.
You're very welcome. Take care and be safe.
You have a good one. Bye.
Thank you. All right.
Judge, may I address the court, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr. Reed,
Alexander.
you're really muffled on my end. Did you do something different to your device?
No, I didn't. I'm gonna
There
put it a
you
little
go.
closer to me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. That's much better.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Alexander, who's in the breakout room, appears on the docket. He's the very last case on the docket. He's returned today for adjourned to pay. He was supposed to pay $175. He tells me he has paid $85, and he's before the court asking for 2 weeks to pay the balance, which would be approximately $90. He's still in the breakout room. Do you want me to bring him out right now and put him on the record?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. I'll go and get him out. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. And then while Mr. Reed is doing that, I'm not certain if there are any other cases that are non-specialty court that are ready to go. Nope, that's okay. Mr. Alexander has made it back. And so, Ms. Mack, can you please read Mr. Alexander's case number into the record for me?
Yes, Judge. SP 123-00272 and SP 123-00271 for Mr. LaShawn Alexander.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alexander. Please state your full name. Uh-oh, I can't hear you. Let me have you unmute for me, please.
LaShawn Alexander.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alexander, good morning. Mr. Reed, the attorney has indicated to this court that you are here today on an adjourned to pay matter, that you did pay $85 of the $75 that you were ordered to pay, and that you need additional time to pay the balance. And so first of all, I want to tell you, thank you for coming back to court. Thank you for making an honest attempt to pay your fines and costs. And I am going to give you more time to pay. How much time do you need, sir?
At least 2 weeks.
All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I will adjourn this to pay. I'll adjourn it for May 9th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. If you get that balance paid before then, you don't have to come back to court, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, no, thank you, sir. I appreciate you taking care of business, all right?
All right.
All right, take care. Bye-bye now. All right, do we have any other matters that are ready? Ms. Robs, do we have, or Ms. Cleveland, do we have anything on your end that's ready? It's 11:25.
Your Honor, Mr. Manning is ready.
All right, let's have Mr. Manning come up to the podium, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Mack, while he's approaching, if you could read his case number into the record.
Z8080701 for Javon Manning, excuse me.
All right, thank you. Mr. Manning, please state your full name for the record.
Javon Manning.
All right, good morning to you, Mr. Manning.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, why are you in my courtroom, Mr. Manning? This is not your court date, is it?
No, ma'am. Saturday I showed up, Docket jams and gates closed.
Why did you show up at a time when they were closed?
Honestly, I was unaware of they being closed, evenings on Saturday.
Well, you knew it was the holiday weekend, right?
Yeah, I knew Sunday they was gonna be closed, on the evening Sunday, but not Saturday.
But you knew it was a holiday weekend. Did you reach out to your case manager to get information on what the testing hours would be?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
All right, you know that's a problem for me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me hear from your case manager, Ms. Robs. I'm sorry, not Ms. Robs, it's Ms. Cleveland. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manning is reporting accurately. He tested last on April 12th.
He did inform me that he had seen a sign, but his understanding of the sign was the Easter day was the only day that they were gonna not have the holiday hours.
What on
in the
that sign
afternoon.
gave him that impression, Ms. Cleveland? If they say we open on this day, we not open on this day, what gave him that impression?
I'm not sure if he clearly read and understood, and this is the only way that I can present this here under, clearly read and understood what was being presented to him in the stall of the testing site. That's where he told me the literature was. Also, Your Honor, he readily admitted that it was a mistake, and he did arrive up there at 5 o'clock to test on Saturday, not knowing that Saturday was included on the holiday testing limitations of the hours. He did arrive there. He said there were several people who were also present with him, and they all seemed to not recognize that that was what was being conveyed to them as far as the holiday testing hours. I did reach out to Mr. Manning when I noted that he did not test. He was very apologetic. He was, and Your Honor, I would also like to report that I have received no alcohol-related alerts. He is on SoberLink. Your Honor, he has been compliant. When you place him on the SoberLink for a different type of violation, Your Honor, he has been compliant and doing everything what he was supposed to be doing. And this is his first occurrence of having this type of oversight, I'm going to call it. I am going to recommend an oral remand for this action, just because he has really adhered to all your court's orders. He tested today when he appeared for court. His test results are negative. He is contacting me, remaining compliant with every other condition that you have placed for him. This is the first time, Your Honor. He's phase one. This is the first time that he had this issue.
Okay, thank you. And so, Ms. Cleveland, he did not have any issues with the SoberLink, is that correct?
No, ma'am, not at all. No alerts or anything like that. And his test results are all negative.
All right, and has he tested since the 12th?
Today he did, yesterday he tested, when his color was called, he has been calling every day. And he did go and test at Jan's, but the results are just not in there, at least as of this morning. When I checked, they were not posted yet.
All right, okay, very good. Who went in the breakout room with Mr. Manning?
I did, Your Honor. And if I might address the court, Mr. Manning was, of course, apologetic. He certainly owned up to his responsibilities right away. He's not trying to make any excuse for it. He messed up. He didn't read it right, a little sloppy in his interpretation of events. We're not trying to claim that just because other people messed up and they all got together at the Jams parking lot, he doesn't take any comfort in that, Judge. He knows he messed up and he was responsible about it and told it right away. He did test on Monday, as was reported. That's what he told me. He's been on SoberLink with no violations. I think coming into court is to let him know, it's a good idea to let him know to take this matter seriously. Around the holidays, this is the time, and that's why the courtroom is so crowded, because people do have a chance, as this court well knows, to fall off, to make mistakes. That's why we look so hard at that. So we just caution people to read the instructions. If there's any doubt over the holidays, call your case manager, find out what the testing hours are, because they are always limited, because everyone wants to go celebrate the holidays. So we do deeply apologize, Judge. I don't think it's going to happen again. I think he certainly learned his lesson.
Right, very good. Anything else from any of the other team members?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, very good. Ms. Robbs, I'm sorry, Ms. Cleveland, because I don't see you, that's why. Ms. Cleveland, I am going to follow the recommendation asked to Mr. Manning. I'm going to issue an oral reprimand for the reasons that you've stated on this record and as other team members have stated on the record. And so what I'll remind you, Mr. Manning, make sure you get those hours down pat, okay? Make sure you know before the weekend what's working, what's not working, okay?
All right. Just, it was an honest mistake and I apologize for it.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said it was an honest mistake and I apologize for it.
Yes, and thank you for coming in and thank you for being honest. And so, and being on that sober link actually worked in your favor, okay?
Okay.
All right, very good. Ms. Cleveland, does Mr. Manning already have a return to court date?
Your Honor, he does. I have nothing else besides what we reported today. He was supposed to have a face-to-face on April 22nd, 2022, with a follow Zoom hearing on April 29th, 2022. But I'm asking, since he's here today, if we can do the face-to-face on April 29th, 2022, and have him return the following week for Zoom hearing, Your Honor.
Absolutely, that works well for me. Thank you. That works well for me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good, very good. All right, if nothing else, I want you to take good care of yourself and we'll see you back on the dates that Ms. Cleveland has indicated on the record, okay?
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, and you are free to leave. You are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, very good. All right. We are ready to go to the next case. Who do we have up next?
Your Honor, you asked for who's next? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Who's next?
Will we be able to do Mr. Clarence Dillard, Your Honor?
Yes, let's do it. If Mr. Dillard could join us at the podium, and while he's doing that, Ms. Mack, please place his case number on the record. Ms. Mack?
Hold on, I'm looking, I didn't have it on my docket, sorry,
Oh,
Judge.
okay. Oh, that's right. All of these people, Ms. Mack, my apologies. All of these people who are not on the docket, please load them into the docket when you get a moment, because it's important for others to know the work that's going on in this courtroom, okay?
Yes, I've been putting them on there, but they're just not on the docket I have with me.
Right, okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm ready, I found it. It's Z 805-4161 for Mr. Clarence Dillard.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dillard. Please state your full name.
Clarence Dillard.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dillard. Ms. Robbs, you sent me a message about Mr. Dillard, and I need you to make the record clear for the record. What is going on with Mr. Dillard? I'm gonna let you proceed first today.
Yes, Your Honor. I received notification from ATS testing facility that on April 16th, 2022, Mr. Dillard had refused testing. They did put a notation, Your Honor. It says that he failed to provide a specimen advice to return on April 17th, 2022. On April 17th, 2022, I received a report from ATS, Your Honor, that he failed to report to return for the retest. So they did give him an opportunity to test, to retest, because he wasn't able to provide the specimen. So and this occurred, Your Honor, during the weekend of the holiday. So it alerted me. I have spoken about this, Your Honor, briefly in staff and with regard to Mr. Dillard, that there are some medical challenges that we need to follow up with. His previous test, he tested today, Your Honor, here at the court, and his results are negative. Prior to these two incidents that I stated, Your Honor, the April 16th and April 17th, Mr. Dillard's results have been negative and he had been consistent with his testing. Me and Mr. Dillard also had some conversation with regard to him following up with his medical. I urged him and encouraged him to make sure that he follows up because, Your Honor, that process The process for him to provide is challenging. And I explained to Mr. Dillard that we would need medical verification so that he is to follow up with his primary care physician so that we can have that, Your Honor. I did see that it was an issue when he came up to the court on last week. So this has been an ongoing issue. I did want to make sure, Your Honor, that I did state that he has been negative. His screens for today are negative of all substances. But I do want to explain to Mr. Dillard as well that a refusal or, a refusal to test is also a positive. So he must test and he must follow up with the medical, with the physician to make sure so that we have that, Your Honor, on record and I don't want to hold anything against him if it's something, an issue that he can't control.
Okay, when you say refuse testing, can you tell me what they mean by that? Did you ask them? What do they mean by refuse testing?
Your Honor, I did not ask them, but they did put a sidebar in the comment where they indicated that he failed to provide the specimen and was advised to return. I do know, Your Honor, that if he had refused in a way of he just didn't want to test, ATS is very good at adding that notation in there as well.
Right. That's why I was asking, what does that mean about refusal to test?
Yes,
It
Your Honor.
sounds like they put a note in there to let us know that there may be a reason why he could not provide.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Which in their system is considered a refusal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Very good. Miss, who talked with Mr. Dillard?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay.
And might I say, yeah, thank you for clearing that up because Mr. Dillard was concerned about the notation refusal to test. He said, I took that bus all the way there to 6 Mile and Myers. I didn't refuse anything, but he wasn't able to. And he certainly wanted to demonstrate to this court, it wasn't a purposeful refusal. I think that's the way they denominate it, and that's fine. But he does have some medical challenges, he said, and he's been doing pretty well, but not 100% because he went there, he got there, he thought he took all the necessary precautions so that he could test, and it turned out he was unable to do so. So there's still some tweaking that he has to do, but he understands that there can be no lapses in that. He must test. And he knows that, Judge. He's apologetic that he wasn't able to do it. I don't know about testing, giving him another day. That order comes from the court, not from ATS. That's an aside. If they're giving people another day to test, that's something else.
Ross, we need to correct them on that because we don't want people to even have the impression that ATS can change this court's scheduling date.
Yes, Your Honor.
But
they have no authority to do so.
And that doesn't reflect on Mr. Dillard, but I just thought I was surprised to hear that, but that's neither here nor there from Mr. Dillard. But Mr. Dillard should know that the orders to test come from the court, not from ATS or any other testing facility. But Judge, he has to keep working on it. He wants to have a plan B. He tries, he works hard on making sure that he can provide. And this time it didn't work. So he's got to keep working on it and keep attending to it. And I just want to let the court know that.
All right, very good. Anything from any of the other team members before I get recommendations? Because Ms. Robs, I need some recommendations as to how we manage this. If there's a medical issue, then we can't go the life of this program saying, okay, well, he has medical issues. We've got to be able to satisfy the standards of the program, best practices. And best practices clearly states a minimum of 2 times per week of random testing. So I'm going to need a recommendation. I don't know if you'll be able to have one today. You may have one to just address how we got in this situation. But then at some point, we need to sit and come up with something so that he's meeting the best practices for this program. Mr. Rosenthal, I thought I saw your hand go up.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. I totally agree with what you just said. We do have to follow the format for our treatment courts, but I do appreciate Mr. Dillard coming in today and testing and it coming up negative. So I do want to give him that benefit of the doubt, Your Honor, but I totally agree with the scheduling. It has to be followed to a certainty. And I want to help with that. So, and thank you, Mr. Dillard, for coming in this morning, giving us the results we needed to move forward. Like I tell everyone, being honest and showing up and doing your part is the only way to work this program, and that works for you. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillard. Oh, hold on one second, Mr. Dillard. Mr. Reed, Attorney Reed, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Mr. Dillard, on the medical side, I can only emphasize, talk to your primary, talk to the VA, talk to a urologist, because when I heard that you refused as opposed to being unable, there's a big distinction between refusal and being unable. And believe me, you should contact someone to talk about your medical condition. I just wanted to put that on the record. And thank you, Judge. That's all. Thank you.
All right, very good. So, Mr. Dillard, you're in great shape today because Ms. Robs has explained things very clearly to this court, but you wanted an opportunity to address the court, so you may do so at this time.
Well, I know tell Ms. Brown, I was in great shape today because I was gonna make you stand that too. But because when I get up in the morning and I was holding my urine 5 o'clock to get here on the bus. And it's like when I do that, if I leave, let it go before I leave, like I get a call in the morning. I mean, I call in the morning and my color comes up. I have to hold it again. But if I have to use it before I go, I can't for 2 or 3 more hours. I know I have to see a doctor about this. So I was asking Ms. Brown, maybe they can give me something like that, sober link or something. I don't care blowing all day, but the random thing they doing, I know it's to comply with the court, but I can't make it and I get there and they tell me, well, you refuse. I say, I'm here. I just can't do this. Then I go home and I have to
Mr. Dillard,
get back again. Yes.
Mr. Dillard, I understand that. And Ms. Robs, I'd like you to address the sober link, but it's not just the sober link only tests for alcohol. And so we have to do the urine test because it tests for other issues. Ms. Robs, I'm going to ask you to check your chat, and then if you could respond, please.
And Your Honor, while in this brief lapse, Mr. Dillard and I talked about that very issue. I said, well, we'll need to take some time to try to figure out, and you get us some more evidence or more information from your doctors. We'll try to do the other side of it to see if there's some accommodations that can be made. So we're not looking towards any decision today or any results today, Your Honor, but we talked about that as well.
Right, but I need to put something in place, and that's why I'm asking about that sober link. And Mr. Ficus, you bring up a good point, because I'm not going to keep making accommodations and he's not seeing a doctor to find out what's going on. Okay, I need him to be able to do that.
Yes, Judge.
Oh, Miss Robs.
Yes, Your Honor. The sober link device would only assist in one area, Your Honor, with the ETG. The other thing is that there is another substance that would have to also be monitored.
Right.
So I would initially have wanted to make that recommendation for the sober link device because, it would assist him in that area. But I will say, Your Honor, he has been completely clean. All his screens have been negative. He has made a lot of progress within, his short time and being in the program. He went from, resistant to not really wanting to be in a program to being very adamant about following up and making sure that he does what he's supposed to do. I know that, Your Honor, this isn't going to be a quick fix, or something that, a Band-Aid, but I definitely, Your Honor, even on his contract is indicated on the order, I apologize, Your Honor, that the order is for him to follow up with his physician. That was from the beginning. And that's one of the only ways that I can see us really resolving that part, so that we can move forward in terms of the urinalysis testing. But I will, Your Honor, I would like for us to go off on good faith with Mr. Dillard, because he has proven himself so far that he can abstain from other substances in addition to the ETGs. So, Your Honor, that would be something that I would like to, at least for now, until we can get the the remedy from his medical physician. But I would like, Your Honor, for him to at least test at least one time a week, so that we can at least get some type of document that he has, so that we have some documentation that he is consistent and compliant with the testing. And until we can get, like I said, until we can get that documentation, Your Honor, I would like to make that recommendation, because I do think that Mr. Dillard could at least meet that requirement.
All right. And so, Ms. Rhodes, here's what I want. I want the medical piece to be taken care of, to be addressed. I'm going to honor your request unless there's an objection for one-time testing per week. And I'm going to give 30 days for the medical issue to be addressed. Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikes, I think that that's being quite generous as far as time. Now, Ms. Rhodes, I don't want to send him off on his own to try to figure out how to work out and maneuver the medical thing. I'm counting on you and Mr. Kashiri to walk him through that process. If there's any red tape, to get him to the front of the line, because 30 days is not a long time. And so I want to address those medical issues or medical concerns, maybe an issue or not, but certainly we know something's a little not right, right? And so let's do that. And so I will reduce his testing to one time a week. And then Ms. Rhodes, he talked about the fact that he's catching the bus and having to hold it until he gets to the testing facility. Will you speak with Mr. Wade about whether or not there is another mode of transportation? Because I know that we utilize Lake Ridge. I also know that I have paid for Uber. And so another mode of transportation where he's not catching 100 buses to get to testing. I understand not being able to hold on until you get there, okay? And so now I'm stuck 2 and 3 hours not being able to. And then if I drink, I run the risk of diluting, right? Absolutely. So we want him to win. Let's set him up to win. So if you could speak with Mr. Wade about that, and we're gonna do it one time a week. That's it. Get him there and get him back. If we can get Lake Ridge, if we can get Uber, let's do something to help him out, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome.
Honor,
You're very welcome, Mr.
Can I
Dillard.
say something?
Yes, you
Can I
can.
say something? What else did I say? Oh,
What do you want to say, Mr. Dillard?
Oh, I'm gonna ask you, do they have to be on the color deal, or do I have, is that a walk-in?
No, it's gonna be on the color deal. I have to follow the best practices, okay, for the program.
Okay.
It has to
All
be
right.
random.
All right.
But right now,
Thank
for
you so
30
much.
days, I'm reducing you to one time per week, Mr. Dillard. And
All
then
right, I'll be
I'm
on that
counting on
before.
you to follow up for the doctor. And I'm trying to seek some alternative transportation for you, okay?
All right, I appreciate it. I'm gonna be on that first thing in the morning.
All right, Ms. Rob's gonna be on that as well, first thing in the morning, or not, maybe today. She might not even give you until first thing in the morning. All right. All right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dillard. All right, Ms. Robs, because we have a medical situation that could be potentially an issue, and it certainly sounds like it, Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikes, Attorney Rosenthal, I am not going to issue a sanction at this time. Let's keep Mr. Dillard's future court dates as they are, Ms. Robs. And then, of course, you'll be talking to me or to the team about where do we go from here as to the medical inquiry that I'm asking for, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Dillard, you are free to leave.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
You do the same. Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you.
Have a
thank
nice
you.
day, Mr. Dillard.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Judge,
Very-
if I may, I'll be zooming out around 12 o'clock. Mr. Fikens has talked to the remaining
right.
participants, but I'll hang in here until 12. But Mr. Fikens is ready.
Don't
right,
miss
I
your date,
appreciate
Mr. Reed. Don't miss your date.
I won't.
All right.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. Reed. Be safe. Hold on. All right.
you,
Very
Judge.
good. As we're getting ready to transition, I think I still have two other people, Cameron and Pringle, that are in the courtroom. And then Ms. Robs, also, you had some other people that were supposed to come in. Did they come in?
No, they did not, Your Honor.
I need you to get that list together so that I can call and do warrants for those individuals.
Yes,
They
Your Honor.
don't get to pick and choose when they're coming in. All right, very good. Are we, give me 1 second. Who are we doing next?
Your Honor, if we could do Miss Ariel Cameron.
Cameron. Yes, have Ms. Cameron come to the podium and give me 1 second. Get her case numbers together as well.
Hi, Ms. Robs.
What's going on?
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Mr. Dillard wants to wait and have a conversation with you. whenever you
does?
finish. Yes, he was leaving the courtroom, but he changed his mind and said he needed to talk to you.
Okay, no problem.
All right, are we ready on Ms. Cameron?
Yeah.
All right, good morning, Ms. Cameron.
Good morning.
All right, Miss, where's the case? There's Miss Robs. All right, Miss Mack, if you could place Miss Cameron's case numbers on the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. Z8083171 and 217318781 for Ariel Cameron.
All right, very good. Ms. Cameron, please state your name for the record.
Ariel Cameron.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Miss Robs, tell me why Miss Cameron is in my courtroom on today.
Your Honor, on April 18, 2022, I received report from ATS that Ms. Cameron had tested positive for ETG. I called Ms. Cameron to address it and asked her, what happened. Ms. Cameron indicated that she didn't know how it was possible because she had not had any alcohol. I will say, Your Honor, she also tested today here at the the lab here, and she was positive for another substance and not alcohol.
Oh. Ms. Robs, I need you to put in the chat what the other substance was. I'm not putting it on live on YouTube.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, I struggle with this one because Miss Cameron had been doing extremely well. She completed outpatient services through adult well-being. She got her a good job, you know, started working on individual goals. I'm just concerned, Your Honor, because Miss Cameron, I believe that Miss Cameron knows that she can talk to me about anything. Miss Cameron has my personal number. So I'm just a little bit, you know, confused with this one, and especially because of the results that we received. The judge leave?
I'm here. I can hear. Yes,
Oh, I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
Here.
Just, you know, I'm a little concerned, Your Honor, just because, you know, today we received completely different results for a positive. And I keep explaining, you know, we talk about anything. Miss Cameron can talk to me about anything. So if there's a problem, you know, I wish that, you know, she would be open and honest with me with regard to this. So I received these today, again, Your Honor, from the results from ATS and the positive ETG. And then today with the positive other substance, I don't know what's going on with Miss Cameron, Your Honor, and I'm concerned.
All right. Let me ask this, Ms. Robs. I think when you text me or messaged me early this morning, you said that Ms. Cameron is denying use. Is that correct, of alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Cameron stated that she did go out to eat. She stated that she had a salmon crusted salad or something to that nature. I did ask, was she sure?
We're gonna dispel the myth. We're gonna dispel the myth because science shows that cooking with alcohol, because of heat being applied to it, is not gonna cause you to test positive. I'm not playing that game. Game over, I win. And so now we're gonna move on. So
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Cameron has denied use. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So Mr. Fikens, here's where we are. If your client is denying use of either substance, I'm going to send it out for confirmation. I'm going to pay for the confirmation. If it comes back confirmed for either substance, your client is going to jail for 3 to 5 days. That's how that's going to work.
And
I'll pay for it. It'll be worth it.
yes, Judge, we talked about the first substance. We did not talk about the second substance. And
Why don't you
maybe-
take a moment to talk to her about the second substance?
I think that'd be a good idea because I want to
All
see
right.
where this is going. Thank you, Judge.
And Ms. Robs, you probably should take a moment to talk with her too, because she obviously didn't know.
I
And
think-
so Ms. Wilson, if you could place Ms. Robs and Mr. Fikens and the conference room in a breakout room, that would be great. And while they're doing that, I would like to call the remainder of my docket. I know we only have Mr. Pringle that's left in the courtroom, but I'd like to tidy up everything else, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's make those adjustments.
Mr. Rosenthal, we're going to, Ms. Robs and I are going to go back in the breakout room for just a minute. There's a substance that came forth from testing.
Absolutely. Do you guys want me just to steadfast and stay here and then let you guys speak?
Yeah, depending on, yeah, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just let me know I'm here. I'll just be waiting.
Okay, I'll chat you what the other substance is.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
It should be able to hear you.
Hello,
Hi there. Hold on, let's,
I really want to know what this
hold
said.
on, hold on. Miss Campbell, hold on. We're still in court. We're still in court. Let's go to the breakout room. We have to get that invitation from Miss Wilson, okay?
Apologize.
When there's, no problem. When there's an invitation accepted, okay, it might come up on the screen. Miss Cameron.
Do you see something at the bottom that says breakout room number 7?
No, it don't say anything.
Okay.
It's probably because of the way this set up.
I don't have an invite either, though.
Oh, okay.
Nope, I don't see anything.
Do you see the, Officer Light, you see that little box at the bottom that has like it says raise hand and then breakout rooms?
No, I don't see one.
I was saying right here.
Oh, okay.
It should say,
It says breakout room 4.
oh, see, I got 7.
Okay, go to 4. Okay, I'll send you all to 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Wilson.
You're welcome.
Miss Wilson, maybe we can put Mr. Pringle back in the breakout room, that same one that I was just at with Miss Cameron. I need to discuss a matter with him.
Okay.
Officer Lot, if you could bring Mr. Pringle back into the room. Thank you, Miss Wilson. I think I can go back there myself, can't I?
Yes, you should be able to.
I think I can, so thank you.
Thank you. Because he's still there, so I guess when they switch it out.
Okay, thanks. I'll just go back there right now and wait.
Let me know when you all are ready. I'm ready when you are. I have staffing at 1:30 for mental health court. Are you all ready?
They're in breakout rooms, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. So they're not ready? All right. Holler when you all are ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, we're back. So just want to let you know, I think we're all ready to go.
Thank you.
Some catch up. Okay. All right. Are we ready?
We are, Judge.
All right, very good. Are we ready on Ms. Cameron?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if Ms. Cameron could come back to the podium or from the, all right, there we go. All right, Ms. Mack, place Ms. Cameron's case number on the record again for me, please.
Yes, ma'am. B 808-3171 and 217-318-781 for Ariel Cameron.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cameron. State your name again for the record, please.
Ariel Cameron.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Cameron, you've had an opportunity to speak with your case manager as well as the attorney. Ms. Rhodes, how are we proceeding? Or Mr. Fikens, I'm sorry. How are we proceeding?
Judge, I'll start out. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with Ms. Cameron. We addressed the other substance which was detected today. We talked about the testing that was done earlier at a testing facility. My client denies all use. I think that it should, if it can be, and the question that came up, and Ms. Robb needs to find out, I believe, whether or not the sample has been protected by the testing facility.
It has been, because anytime there's a positive, they're required to maintain the sample for 30 days. But Ms. Robbs, I need the word to go out today that we need a confirmation.
And
Yes,
yes, Your Honor. And then as to testing at the court, Judge, I imagine, as I recall from when we used to do that I think we just retest people when there's a question about it, I think. But whatever this court has in mind,
We send out for confirmation.
Oh, do we do that? I'm sorry.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Sorry, Judge. Yeah, so we'd ask for confirmation on both those, Judge.
All right, very good. I'm sorry, give me 1 second, please. All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Fikens, Ms. Robbs, Ms. Cameron, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna send out the samples for confirmation. As I've indicated, when it is confirmed, today is the day if something is going on, to tell me what's going on. After I send out for confirmation, I get a confirmation, I don't need to know your story, because the confirmation is gonna tell me the only story I need to hear. And so if that confirmation comes back positive for either substance, you're looking at 3 to 5 days at the Wayne County Jail. So if you're saying that's not you, then I'm gonna confirm it. I don't want you to say you did something that you didn't do, okay? Ms. Cameron, are we clear?
Yes.
All right, very good. So Ms. Robbs, I needed to be sent for confirmation on today, and we will pay it. We will pay for it for both samples, since she's denying use on both, for both samples. We're gonna send out both samples. And if either one of them come back positive, 3 to 5 days, because that'll be money that we've spent and hoops we've jumped through, and we don't even need to do that, because in specialty court, honesty always prevails. And honesty always yields better results than anything else. So, Ms. Ross, let's set Ms. Cameron out for, what do we need, 7 days to get a confirmation back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's give her 7. And actually, let's do one even better. Today is Tuesday. What was her next return to court date?
Your Honor, it was for today. She was scheduled for today.
Okay.
And then she would have come back on, we would have did a face-to-face on May 3rd. And then a return to court date of May 10th. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's keep both dates.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's fine. We'll keep those dates, Miss Mack. No issues. All right, Ms. Cameron. I'm sorry.
Can we repeat those dates, please?
They should already be in the system. No, they're not, right, Miss? That's right. It's scheduled for today. Ms. Robs, repeat those dates. My apologies.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Cameron will have a face-to-face on May 3rd, 2022 at 10:35 a.m. And then a return to court date of May 10th, 2022 at 9:45 a.m.
All right, very good. Make sure Ms. Cameron gets those dates. We'll have a confirmation. If we get a confirmation before either of those days, Ms. Robs, let me know and I'll determine if we're bringing her in earlier.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, Ms. Cameron, this is where we are. And so I'm not going to issue a sanction today. In fact, I'm going to allow you to leave today and I'll wait to get your confirmation, okay, on both samples.
Your Honor, if I may, could Ms. Cameron return physically to the court for her May 10th court date?
Absolutely. May 10th, she'll be in person.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Yes, ma'am.
So is that May 3rd and May 10th, I come inside?
No, ma'am. Just May 10th. May 3rd, you'll be on with Ms. Robs, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And then you'll come physically to the courthouse on May 10th.
Okay.
Ms. Robs, did you have something else to add?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted Ms. Cameron, if she could actually wait for a few minutes, Your Honor. I have some things I need her to sign.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Cameron, have a seat. And you are not free to leave until Ms. Robs is finished with you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we should have one more matter, Mr. Pringle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, I sent your email.
I'm just seeing it. For a bench warrant for Mr. Wells?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm telling you, everybody had them a good time for Easter. All right. All right, let's do it, Mr. Pringle. And so, Ms. Mack, if you could place Mr. Pringle's case on the record for me.
Yeah, give me 1 second, Judge, let me get back. Okay, case number 200-44-99-701 for Dennis Pringle.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pringle. State your name for me.
Dennis Pringle.
All right, thank you. There's someone else sitting in the box. Who else is in the box?
We have Mr. Overy is waiting for the sober lane.
Okay.
And then we also have Ms. Cameron.
Okay, but no one knew, right, officer?
No, ma'am, no one knew.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Mr. Pringle. Mr. Pringle, you know I found out some test results, right?
Yes.
What do you want to say to me, Mr. Pringle?
First, I said I apologize for coming this far and slip up.
You've got to speak right into that microphone for me.
I said I apologize to you first and foremost for coming this far, slipping up when I'm almost done. Indulging last week. Death in the family. I made a few calls. I did make a couple of calls, honestly.
But Mr. Pringle, when you stood before me this morning and I had done 3/4 of your hearing, you never shared any of this information with me, did you?
No, ma'am.
You did not. As a matter of fact, I was about to wrap up your hearing, but for a message that I received in the chat about your test results. And had I not said anything, you would not have said anything. Now, how genuine is that, Mr. Pringle?
No.
It's not at all. It's not at all. Because when I asked you, you were regularly scheduled for today. When I asked you, and how did you do during the holidays? I asked that question. I've asked that of everyone who was regularly scheduled. How did you do during the holidays? Oh, I did fine. I didn't eat a lot. I lost weight. I just, I ate this. I had lamb. I had hamburgers. Not once did you mention you had death in your family. Not once did you mention that you had hit a bump in the road at all. And Ms. Pringle, that's just not fair. That's not fair, because see, what would have happened is if Ms. Rhodes would not have gotten those results until after you left court, then you would have had to come back to the court on tomorrow, and you would definitely be going to jail an extra day for being dishonest, because you had the opportunity to tell me what's going on and you chose not to. That's what would have happened. So I'm grateful Ms. Rhodes can multitask, because I don't. They have to tell me you have an email. I don't multitask well, so I stopped trying. And so that's what would have happened to you, all because you didn't disclose what's going on. And while I understand that death can cause us to do unusual and strange things, it's real disingenuous for you to mention death of a loved one now, after we've gotten the test results to show that you're positive. And Ms. Rhodes, was that results from a third-party testing or from today?
Your Honor, that was from today.
Oh.
That was from today.
That's meaning today's test, sir.
Today's test. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, meaning today's test. No, I see the look on his face. Irregardless, irrespective of when it was from, you're not supposed to be consuming. And that's a problem, Mr. Pringle. Come on, Mr. Ficus, jump in. I see you.
Thanks, Judge. I was ready to jump in. And the reason I wanted to jump in is because that's what Mr. Pringle and I talked about is, the tests can detect conduct from, so in some people, couple, 3 days, it doesn't matter. And it's not, what we talked about is communication. When you keep things to yourself, then you got to keep everything to yourself. And when you don't have an outlet for something, then you don't have an outlet for anything. And everything gets shoved off to the side, and everything gets a blanket put over it, and everything doesn't get addressed. That's what we talked about is, you have to realize that when you start getting into this, that, it's always a slope. It's not, you don't wake up and say, I'm going to drink, or I'm going to smoke, or I'm going to do something. You do it because some other thing is not gnawing at you and bothering you that you haven't gotten out. And that's what I think what happened to Mr. Pringle. He just kept things in. Then he thought he could handle it, and then he can't handle it. And so it's not important to me as to exactly when he did, but that he did. And I appreciate his honesty, because he wasn't trying to hide it or anything. He told me straight up, and I appreciate that. When he found out about it, sometimes you think just a little bit won't be detected. Well, it's a lot of bit, and it detects something more than just alcohol, and it detects a problem, detects something that we need to alter with Mr. Pringle. And so he is apologetic, Judge. It could have come in a different way, but I'm glad that as soon as he heard about it, he didn't try to deflect or defend or in any way other than just accept it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fikens. Mr. Attorney Rosenthal, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So Mr. Pringle, you've been with us for a while, and outside of this, you've been doing an amazing job. You know how much we appreciate your service, and although there are unfortunate circumstances going on in your life, you got to use those resources to cope. You got to take the resources you've been learning through this program and cope. Today, before knowing that your test showed up the way they did, we wanted to promote you to phase 3, sir. You were doing amazing. You know, and not saying that this one instance is reflective of everything you've done for yourself and in this program. And we all know there are minor setbacks, big setbacks, but those setbacks do not have to determine the outcome of what's going on today. My biggest thing for you, sir, is that, you know, if you need something, communicate with us, communicate with Miss Rhodes. Miss Rhodes, ever since I've gotten here, I've been here for a little over a year. She's been speaking about you and how great you've been, you know, in and out of court. And so when it comes down to it, sir, my recommendation, Your Honor, I don't want to see him go to jail. And I know it's at your discretion, but, you know, to increase the therapy as well as the testing, I think this was an instance where, you know, is out of line. He was open and honest with us. If you do recommend, Your Honor, of course, at your discretion, I just feel, you know, I want him to succeed in this program, and I know he can succeed. So I would like to see him finish and not only finish, just finish the program, but finish with the directive that this is my new life and this is where I want to head. And so that's all I have, Your Honor. Mr. Pringle, we do appreciate you. We just want to see you on the right path, sir. That's all.
Thank you, Attorney Rosenthal. And I want to make sure everybody's clear. Mr. Pringle was honest with us after the fact. I was wrapping up his case. He was not honest with us in the beginning of his hearing. And so, Mr. Pringle, listen, I don't adjust your therapy. What I will do is, Miss Rhodes, I want him to be reassessed, and that's through Mr. Kusheri with the VA to determine the level of services that he may need. And then I'm counting on Mr. Pringle to be open and honest about that. The second thing that I'm going to do is I am going to place Mr. Pringle on the sober lane. I won't send him to jail today, but I'm gonna place him on the sober lane. And he'll be on the sober lane for 30 days. And then, of course, he's not gonna be able to be promoted today. And so, Mr. Pringle, you've gotta find a way to address issues without picking up. And I'm going to encourage you to do that by being open and honest in your therapy, that Mr. Kusheri is going to reassess and align you with some services. Be open and honest. We can't help you if we don't know how to. We just shooting in the wind. Something might work, it may not work. But if you're honest with us, we can definitely help you. Understood? All right. Very good, very good. If no other questions, look, Mr. Pringle, I'm not giving up on you. I'm still proud of you. I'm still rooting for you. I still believe that you are able to do it. And so I just need you to let's get back on track and get it done, okay?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Rhodes, he's to go into that sober link on today. So be sure to call Mr. Joel if he hasn't already come and have him bring another sober link because he's going to go on the sober link today. Anything else for my consideration? Ms. Rhodes, because this was his scheduled court date, can I get the return to court dates? And I also thought there were some other issues outstanding for Mr. Pringle.
There are
Yes.
traffic matters, Judge.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Attorney Fikens.
Attorney Rosenthal, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Previously, before we knew about the testing, me and Attorney Fikens were able to speak, Your Honor. There, I believe, are 2 driving while licenses suspended and a no insurance. We were going to dismiss one and uphold the other 2 per contract, Your Honor. And that's the
I'm not
discussion.
going to do that until his next hearing.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nope, I can't do that, not today.
Absolutely.
And just to complete the record, Mr. Pringle indicates that he thought he did that a while ago. I'll check into that to see if those deals were made and it was put on the record. So
Check.
it might be taken care of, but if not, Mr. Rosenthal and I will take care of the matter next time.
All right, very good. And if they've already been taken care of, prior, I'm not going to undo them, Mr. Fikens. Of course, I'm not going to do that. But if they have not, I will not give him that benefit on today, not today.
Understood, Your Honor. Understood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right, thank you both. Ms. Robs, what's next for Mr. Pringle? Yes, Mr. Pringle, you have a question for me?
You said sober, something with that?
Overlink, you're gonna be on a device that you can blow into 5 times a day and through the night to make sure that there's nothing going on, okay? So you're gonna have to stay. You're not free to leave until you have your SoberLink device. And so house arrest has to come and put it on. Okay? Or come and give it to you.
Yeah.
All right, very good. It's not putting it on. It's not a tether. It is a device that you're gonna be required to utilize. All right? And they'll explain it all to you. All right, very good. Ms. Robs, what's next?
Your Honor, it will be a face-to-face on May 3rd, 2022 at 10:35 a.m. And then a return to court date, Your Honor, of May 10th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robs. All right, Mr. Pringle, hang in there and I'll see you in a couple of weeks, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
All right, thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you for your participation today. I need to call the remainder of the docket. I have staffing at 1:30, and so, oh, I have staffing at 1:30.
Yes, you do, Judge.
I do. Are you, thank you. There's a chemical there when it's getting to me. All right. Yeah. Go ahead. If there's a chemical, should we be opening the windows?
Just open.
Okay.
Yeah, I know they use like that nail polish stuff. But
Okay.
It's like smell like shellac or something.
Okay, all right. Okay, very good. All right, and so this is what I'm gonna do. I need to just take I've got to take just a quick break. Ms. Mack, I will come back after. I'll just have to do it after staffing unless you all want to give me 15 minutes and then I'll come and put it on the record. But I need to get my things together for staffing for 1:30 because we've got a lot of issues on the mental health court docket with, the holiday, associated with the holiday.
We can do that later,
Unfortunately,
Judge.
you can give me 15 minutes?
No, we can do that anytime you want, Judge.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
15 minutes, Judge.
All right, let's do the 15 minutes. And Ms. Mack, if you could send me the mental health court docket, that would be great. I'll come back on at 1 o'clock and I'll call the remainder of the docket. It shouldn't take me long.
Very good,
Okay? All right, thank
Yes,
you
Your Honor.
all.
Thank
All right,
you.
very good.
Judge, Judge,
Yes,
can you call the office, please?
I can. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's put on the rest of the docket. So everybody can have their lunch and do what they need to do for the day. Ms. Mack, are you ready for me?
Yes, I am.
All right, wonderful. I'm starting at 8:30 for Tyrese Jenkins, U 258-77415. That is a review for a failure to have a group card. Miss Mack, it should be up for dismissal. Tell me what's going on with that one.
Okay, I'm looking right now, Judge. Hold on. Let me see. It looks like he made a payment. And let me make sure. It was under a delayed sentence, 12-month delayed sentence. So, yeah, he made the payment. He had a bond and a refund is gonna go back to him.
All right, very good. Then we can dismiss that one without prejudice. Thank you. I also need you to do the same thing for Zam Ku, case number U 510-95019.
Look real quick. Payment was made. I think it was under delayed sentence. And any money that was overage is gonna be sent back. Let me send it back to him as well.
All right, so that matter can be dismissed without prejudice. I'm going to the 8:35 docket. All of those matters were already placed on the record. And so I'm now moving to the 8:45 a.m. docket. I have for Anthony Adams, U 600-27721, show cause. It was an alcohol-related violation. KPS will issue and the bond will be set at $50, cash or surety. I have for Aquana Adams, SP 119-1274, counts 1 and 2, and that will be, both of those will be KPS, personal bonds unless stated otherwise by the court. For Alec Adkins, SP 113-60621, KPS. For Amir Al-Furati, I have SP 119-19471, SP 117-21031, SP 119-52991. I'm sorry, strike that. For Amir Al-Furati, I only have SP 119-19471, and that is going to be a KPS. For Ahmed Al-Maliki, I have SP 117-21031, KPS. For Hussein Al-Maliki, I'm sorry, we had Mr. Al-Maliki today, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So strike that from the record. I have for Marquita Aldridge, SP 119-27391, KPS. For Deja Alexander, SP 119-13351, KPS. For Jermaine Alexander, I have the following: SP 119-2037, counts 2 and 3, as well as SP 119-2038, counts 1 and 2. And all of those will be KPS. The bond for the open alcohol in the motor vehicle as a driver, the bond will be set at $100, cash or surety. For James Alexander, I have case numbers SP 113-76553 and SP 119-20881. Both will be KPS. For Keyshawn Allen, I have case number SP 111-50253, and that will be KPS. For Solomon Allen, SP 118-6391, counts 1 and 2, both KPS. For Sire Anderson Phillips, I have SP 118-8691, counts 1, 2, and 3. And those will all be KPS. And then for Sire Anderson Phillips, I have case number, wait a minute, let me make sure I got that right. Yep. I have case number SP 118-8723, counts 1 and 2. And for leaving the scene of a pedestrian accident, KPS will issue. That bond will be set at $100, cash or surety, and then the remaining matter will just be a personal bond. For Jessica Anderson, SP.
Christine Anderson.
Yes, Christine, I'm sorry, Christine. Didn't give me, what? All right, for Christine Anderson, I have 217-307-641. That will be a capias. For Jessica Anderson, SP 119-349-81, capias. For Takari Armstrong, SP 118-851-53, capias. For Kawan Arnold II, SP 119-1975, counts 1, 2, and 3. All of those will be capias. For Martez Asbury, SP 119-29401, that will be a capias. For Russell Asby, case number SP 119-29401. I'm sorry, Russell Asby, SP 119-11171 and SP 119-08411. And also SP 119-08412. For the first matter, is failing to signal at a stop sign. That is going to be a default judgment, and the other two will be KBS. For Demiris Ashley, I have case number 217-25007, counts 1, 2, and 3. All of those will be KBS. For Antoine Ayers, SP 119-0874, counts 1 and 2, KBS. I move it to the 9:35 docket, which has already been called. And then for the 9:45 a.m. docket, for Crystal Lane, Z 8060021, Miss Robs, where is Miss Lane? She had a holiday violation. Where is she?
Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Lane on yesterday as well as today, informing her she had to physically report to the court. Mr. Lane, however, had excuses. She asked Your Honor she could walk into the court on tomorrow. I did not get her a response because I did not know the answer to that. But she.
So my answer is no. And so I'm going to issue a warrant for her arrest, and she will be remanded to me. She has a charge of operating while impaired in the city of Detroit. She does not, she's consumed, or at least there's an allegation that she has consumed substance over the holidays, and she was ordered to report. She has failed to do so. She is going, and you need to make sure, let's get her picked up. She's probably on her job. Let's get her picked up.
She is, Your Honor.
All right, get that warrant to me, and to Miss Mack. Also, Miss Mack should be copied on it. All right.
Yes,
What about Brian Mansell, case number 20000057FD? Didn't I just see Mr. Mansell?
I thought you did,
Your Honor,
Judge.
you did just see Mr. Mansell was on the 29th. He shouldn't be returning back to court until the 19th. I'm sorry. He should not be returning, Your Honor, until the 26th of April.
All right, very good. All right, thank you, Ms. Mack. Please remove him from my docket today and let's put him in his right place. All right, for the 10 o'clock docket, I've called Leonard Anderson and LaShawn Alexander. Did I miss anything on the docket?
No, Judge.
Yes, Judge, Deja Ellis.
Miss Ellis was supposed to come in today because she also had a holiday violation. Is that correct? She should be on the.
Deja Ellis.
That's Ms. Cleveland's.
Yes, she was supposed to be in, and she's not in the courtroom. Miss Mack, call the case number for me, please.
Yes, I'm calling right now.
All right. And so.
I don't have an answer. Sorry, Judge. I tried to call.
No, just
Ms.
call
Cleveland,
the case number for me, Miss Mack.
Oh, case number. I thought you said case manager. I apologize.
Oh, no. That's okay.
Okay, the case number is Z 8066081 for Deja Ellis.
All right, very good. Thank you. Make sure before we put the lien and the warrant in the system, check with Ms. Cleveland. I believe that Ms. Ellis is off on Friday and she had just started a new job. Mr. Fikens, I don't want to disenfranchise her. If my memory serves me correctly, if I did indicate that she could come in on Friday, I will not put a warrant in the system. If I did not, then she'll be remanded. It'll be a CAFIAS with a warrant indicating that she's to be remanded to Judge Holmes. Okay?
Thank you, Judge. That kind of
But-
rings a bell, yes.
Yes, I think Ms. Cleveland did send that out. Okay. All right, very good. Did I miss anything else?
Nope, I think that's everything.
All right, wonderful. You all have been great. I have like 15 or 18 minutes to get myself ready for staffing. Thank you all. I will see you all in the morning, okay?
Thank you, Judge, yes.
All right, Ms. Mack, reach out if you need anything. Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Sure will.